For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The great book of melanin research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind. A record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
Leo in the sky with the fire so royal, burning bright, never dim, yet we shining loyal. Heart of a line, gold chain on my chest.
Spinning, I'm just reading they flows. Look up, every sign got lines of its own. Raps,
I rhyme like a constellation, bars in rotation, cosmic elevation, tap in.
Stars line up, let the bars go off. I read the sky, then I write it in a flow that's raw.
Because the universe always has bars. Level up your look at rapstrology.com.
It only takes one moment, one wrong move, one unexpected stop. When life gets real, know what to do, know what to say. Join KYRF.org today.
Wow! Know your rights!
You heard her. Know your rights. What up? What up, peoples? On this Saturn's Day, what's crack-a-lackin', people? Hot ass summer Saturn's Day. It is hot as hell in this bitch. Just so y'all know, nigga suffering to bring y'all this goddamn live stream today. It's hot. God damn it. It is hot, but what up, people? What's cracking with you on this day? Make sure you let me know if the mic is coming through. If you can hear me okay. What up, Ocean Grown TV? I see you the first one in here. You said the thumbnail is wild. Hey, we gotta. Hey, some dude really broke it down. I think you're talking about the LeBitch James part of the thumbnail. Somebody broke it down. Somebody did a video this week, and they went all in. I was like, damn, they had some shit in there. I was like, goddamn. I did a video on it the day after, or the week after Kobe passed. But this all has to do with some Kobe stuff. So yeah. Thank you for the thumbnail love. What's up, Melanie Brown? Chaz McFly. What's happening? Chris Tiger Ellis. King Lemuel Productions. What up? True Knowledge. Jason Rivers. Sam Stone. What's happening? What's happening? DJ Sherm. What's up? Caramel Soldier. What's happening? What it do? Mark Woods. Immortal 9551. What's happening? What up? Flower Pots. Flower Pots. The right type of flower, I hope. What's that? What up, bro Mel? What's good, brother? Gargamel. What up, Tanky 316? Lester Ingram, what's happening? So Orlando checking in. What up, Lando? Orlando in the house. What up, Jesus? Wayne Hicks, happy Saturn's Day to you, brother. What up, Roger Grosh? He says Bronk and EAD, Kobe for life. That's what's up. That can go up there, baby. That's what's up, baby. He says, nice shade of blue, man. Don't start, bro. Don't start cripping up in here today. Don't start cripping up in here, cuz. No. What up, Shizari? What's happening? BD313. Thinking about taking those Patreon courses to correct my status. Appreciate your efforts. Appreciate you. I'm still working to get those videos up on my site without being, so I can put videos up on the site. I just have to make it to where where people who haven't paid for the subscription can't just go in and see the videos. So that's where I am right now. I have to be able to only give access to the people who buy the subscription. So that's what we're working on right now. Because I can get videos up on there all day. All the videos, actually, I got not most of the ones I had. I'm looking for, some parts of the 27 videos I have, but I found a good like 15 of them. So those are up. I just have to make them private and only available or accessible to subscribers. So that's what I'm doing right now. So it'll be up before this month is over, though. I'm gonna have that figured out. So appreciate you. So you want to trade? No, I do not. He says, hotter than Kunta Kinte's Soul Food Kitchen. Hell yeah, it is. What up, Black and Silver? What's happening? Tristan Howell. What's up? Oh man, I just went down the way down. Big DO3. What's happening? No Diddy. Sharky Dog. What's happening? Mo Stacks Productions. What's up? True SAT. What's happening? Jelani. Oops. Damn, I'm just blacked out though. My bad. What's that? Jelani Olamina. What's happening? Karen Williams. Shawnee 6643. What's up? Mystic Philly. What's happening? I got you, Flower Pots. WDMA. What's happening, brother? Antonio Santos. What up? Marky 378. What's happening? All right, I'm gonna be able to get everybody in here. But appreciate y'all. I think that boy Tree, I think that was the last one I didn't get. So appreciate y'all for showing up. And Conceptual Elixirs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the Cash App, getting it started. Getting the donation started today.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir, and everybody. As you know, every week we have a donation goal that we work to reach every week, and I appreciate you guys for helping me get to the goal. Now, if you've seen most other channels, like the Caucasian channels, this is a very small goal. Most people get this at one donation on those other Caucasian channels. So I'm just saying, let's do at least somewhere near. Don't let the Caucasians be the only one to support their people. That's all I'm saying. So appreciate you for all your support, people. All right. People who ordered books. So if you ordered books, so some people's book went out. Some people's didn't. If you didn't get an email from me, so a lot of people jumped on that deal. This deal right here last week, the Serious Rising deal that I had last week for only Saturday and Sunday. So you bought out the last books I had, so I had to order more. So if you ordered books, and that they bought those out on Saturday. So if you ordered books like on Sunday, it's going to take a minute. The books are in production. So they've been in production last week, so they should be here within the next few days. Also, I have flashcards and stuff. So a lot of people bought all those deals because I have all those flashcards. So if you bought books on Sunday, just be patient. I'm going to give you your books. Everything is just in reprint because people bought me out on Saturday. So appreciate you guys for your support. And because I am bought out today, I will give you guys, if you want to purchase, and I will give you the same Serious Rising deal as I did last week, since I'm out of most of the stuff and people have to wait. So I feel bad about that. So if you want to get the same deal as last week, if you ordered a great book of Melanin Research, the hard copy right here, you get the whole police stop law package for free. That's the Know Your Rights manual, the public official bonds book, and you're going to get the new public official bonds book. I don't even have it to show you right here. I should have uploaded it to show you. But we have a new public official bonds book that took me a minute to decipher all this. Now, all the first public official bonds book, it had a bunch of great information in there, showed you how to find the bonds in your state laws to go place a claim on those police officers who violated your constitutional rights. Now, there was a thing with that, though, because, these municipalities, they're hip to people filing claims on their, on their insurance or their public official bonds. So that became the biggest 3-card Monte game, or what is it, 3-card Monte or 3-card Monte, whatever they call it, where they slide those cards around. And so they would hide those bonds and insurance policies around where you couldn't find them, even though in the law it said they're supposed to be public information. Now that doesn't stop them from doing foul stuff, because in order to hold them accountable, you have to do it. Someone has to go and file a complaint against them to hold them accountable. So most people don't do that because they don't even know anything about bonds or insurance or where to find them and that type of stuff. So they've been hidden for so long. Most people just give up on it. And now a lot of them were in public information, because that's what I have in the public official bonds book. So you were able to go find those laws and see where they hit them. But when people would go try to find where the law says they were supposed to be, the municipalities would hide the insurance and the bonds. And you'd be like, where the hell they hide them? And so you got to do all this FOIA requesting and all that type of stuff. So it's not easy to get the information. You got to be diligent about what you want to do. But that's anything in life that you want, you have to persevere to get that type of stuff. So it's not just, the public official bonds book is not just a magical book that you open and then the fucking bond is going to jump out at you. No, you had to do some footwork with it. Now, with all of that, because I kept coming back and all these municipalities were doing nefarious things behind it, hiding these bonds illegally. So there was some type of illegal system they had going behind it. So I had to mash out and do some research. I found it all. I found all the shit. It's over. It's over for them. I found it all, goddammit. And it was hard work, but I found it all. So these cats created something called municipality insurance pools, right? And so, municipality insurance pools, or there's another word for it. But what they did is they were hiding the bonds. So some states say police officers have to have bonds, and some states say in lieu of bonds they can have insurance. So they have either or, right? So like in California, police officers have to have insurance, not bonds. And where do you find the insurance policy? Then if they don't have bonds, then where do you go find the insurance policy to claim the insurance policy when the police officer has violated your rights? Well, they were hiding these insurance policies around. Where would they hide them? Because they're supposed to be public information if they've hired a insurance company to facilitate these insurance policies, right? So where were they hiding them? Man, the game was so goddamn slick. Trying to tell you, the game was so slick. What they did was most municipalities turned themselves into insurance companies. Yes, most of the municipalities, the cities, the states, the counties, they turned themselves into insurance companies, and they're the ones issuing the policies and the bonds, which is why you could never find it, because they're not listed as an insurance company. So all that shit was hidden within the municipality insurance company. And again, they call it insurance pools and insurance, all kind of different names for them. But I found all of that stuff, put it all in the new public official bonds book. They even have their own language, like legalese. There's insurance ease. So if you go try to claim a bond or an insurance and you don't do it with the right lingo, the right language, they cut you out, just like in the law. So I put all the new language. I found out all the language, all of that stuff, boom, is in the new public official bonds book right here. Bam. So that's not even the new cover. I can't even show you the new cover. So again, order the Great Book of Mail and Research, the hard copy. And people who ordered last week, you're going to get the new public official bonds book as well. But again, you order the hard copy, you get the new Know Your Rights manual book, the new public official bonds book. You also get the new constitutional rights card, lets police officers know what your rights are and what will happen when they violate your rights. And we have two versions of those. This is the civil rights version right here with all the civil rights gods. Bam. That also comes with the qualified immunity card right here. Lets police officers know they lose their qualified immunity, which is the shield they get when they violate your rights and they don't know that they violated your rights. So you let them know you're in danger, officer, of violating my rights. Just letting you know. And then you get it on camera. They cannot claim later, Your Honor, I didn't know. I couldn't do that. That's what they say. Your Honor, I didn't know I couldn't do that. Remember that Dave Chappelle, don't he got a joke like that? Well, officer, I didn't know I couldn't do that. Well, now you know. Move it along. That's what happened to a white person when they get pulled over by a police officer and they violate the law, and then they just tell the police officer, officer, I didn't know I couldn't do that. Well, now you know. Move it along. So shout out to Dave Chappelle. But that's what police officers do with qualified immunity. They walk into court and they say, Your Honor, I didn't know I couldn't do that. And the judge will say, well, now you know. Next time. You win this time, but next time you're going to lose. You understand? So you get them on camera, alerting them they're in danger of violating your rights. And then they can't claim later that they didn't do it because they have to. There's a law that says they have to institute the least intrusive methods possible in an investigation to ascertain the truth. So that means if all they have to do is look up the law to see if they're violating your rights, then they'd have to do that. So this is how intricate it is. And then, it comes with this right here, the qualified immunity notice. Bam. Right there, boom. And we also have the ICE rights cards for people getting snatched up by ICE right there. So you get all of that, plus what I was giving last week, I'm going to give this week 5 decks of flashcards. I was giving you you usually only get 2 decks of flashcards in this, but I'm giving you 5. That's the 2 police stop police stop flashcards, volumes 1 and volume 2, the law and government flashcards, volume 1 and volume 2, and the Supreme Court case. The Supreme Court case is behind all of the laws. So you get those 5 decks of flashcards, as well as the 3 t-shirts. Bam, you get all 3 t-shirts. But again, that deal I'm only giving today and tomorrow, same as last week. And I feel bad because I ran out of books and flashcards. This is the only reason I'm doing this deal 2 weeks in a row, because I ran out of stuff. So I feel bad about it, and people were hitting me up. So I will give you that deal, and you also get the 3 t-shirts as well. Man. Rap Strategy Volume 1, Volume 2, or Volume 3. You can get any shirt, actually. We got the groups, Rap Strategy groups right here. A bunch of people were ordering shirts this week. So shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for showing support. Somebody was hooking up with the group shirts, though. I see you, old school. Somebody was doing the group, but this is the 90s. So that was the 80s groups. This is the 90s groups right here. So again, thank you for your support and everything you do. But again, you get 3 t-shirts as well as the 5 decks of flashcards and the whole Police Stop Law package when you order the great book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. So, and again, that deal is only for today and tomorrow, because again, I ran out of stuff last week and people couldn't get stuff on Sunday when they were ordering. So I feel bad about that. So for people who were trying to get stuff on Sunday and I ran out, you guys can hit me up. All right, everybody. Let's get into the news. Let's get into the news. Hold on. He says, do a death row astrology. I do. I have a West Coast. I have West Coast coming out. Bam. I have a West Coast Rap Astrology shirt coming out for sure. You want to hear who's on the West Coast Rap Astrology shirt? Let me tell you. Let me see. Now you can offer some people, but this is the people on the West Coast Rap Astrology shirt. You guys let me know. But this is who I am. So Rap Astrology West Coast groups. That will be NWA, West Side Connect Gang, Connect Gang, bing, bing, bang. Cypress Hill, the Dog Pound, DPG, the Hieroglyphics, the Far Side, Digital Underground, the Alcoholics, and the Loonies. So if I missed anybody, let me know, and I'll put them on the list. Yeah, Cypress Hill is West Coast. What you talking about? Cypress Hill, baby. That's out here's Cali. What you got a question mark next to Cypress Hill for? Cypress Hill is off the chain. Y'all better get the hell out of here. They're not a group. E40 is not a group. People stop asking me about fucking E40. E40 not a group. These are groups. God damn it. Can y'all get the sugar daddy out your ear? Shit. Yeah, the alcoholics in there. Above the law ain't big. They not up. They're not on the, they're a second tier. Above the law is not at the top of the list. But so let's get into this news, everybody. You guys let me know if I missed anybody off the list. But here we go. So the ceasefire is officially over. Iran and Trump is bombing the shit out of each other once again. Trump is bombing innocent people. Evil as fuck. I mean, this nigga just straight out flat evil at this point. Like, goddamn. The Khazarians have corrupted this nigga to full evilhood. To full evil villain. Let me see. So check this out. Trump is a full-fledged. Oh, snap. Hold on. Oh, there it is. All right. So check this out. Oh, wait a minute. MOOR's back on.
I remember when Trump said he was going to end all of the wars, Ukraine, Russia, that was going to happen in the first week of his presidency, that he would not start any new forever wars. And yet here we are today. Trump has now bombed Iran once again, starting the war. And he's also armed Ukraine pretty much to the teeth. Let's go over it. So first of all, the memorandum of understanding between Iran and the United States is dead.
So bombed Iran and then rearmed Ukraine. Again, why is Ukraine so big on the chessboard? Because it's old Khazaria. And the Khazarians want it. They want to reestablish it and repopulate it. It's part of the bigger Israel, the Greater Israel project. They want their land back. That's originally their land, and they got ran out by the Russians, the Rus Kievs. They're the ones who came and kicked them out after they fought 2 wars with the Moors. So remember, they understand their history. The Khazarians understand their history. They know who their true enemies are from ancient history. It's the Moors and the Russians. You see, is that a coincidence that the Khazarians right now are in a war with the Muslims and the Russians when that's who they fought back in the day over Khazaria? They know their history. We just don't. We don't know shit. We think, oh, they're just fighting a war. They don't know. Oh, Putin tried to invade Ukraine. He's a terrible person. Oh my God, we just have to save the Ukrainians. They don't give a fuck about that. They don't give a goddamn about that. That's old Khazaria. Their ancient land. And it was a major land. It was a major stronghold for trade and everything. It had 4 different ports coming in from 4 different directions. North, south, east, and west, which is why they were so huge. Trade is in their blood, which is why you see today. Deal making is their major asset because it was in their blood from the trade, the biggest trade empire, or one of the biggest trade empires back in the day, in the ancient times. That was Khazaria. So they know they know what their history is. They know who they are, and they're trying to reclaim it. So, and Trump is just along for the ride. He's just a stooge along for the goddamn ride. Here we go.
Dead. Trump says the ceasefire is over. He says they're scum. Watch this.
The MOU dead.
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared.
So what happened was they have the strait closed. Trump tried to sneak some boats through the Strait of Hormuz with a military aid. So they had like helicopters and military boats and shit trying to escort a couple of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran said, Bitch, what the fuck did we say, nigga? Fuck we say, nigga? You can't roll through here, bitch. So they shot up. They gave some warning shots to the boats. So then Trump claims, oh, how dare you? How dare you attack us? I'm going to shoot them. I'm going to blow all of you out of the water. So then he just started blowing up civilian targets in Iran. Just start blowing up shit with civilians in it. Now, Iran, they started shooting back and started blowing up military bases. They're only hitting military targets. They're not hitting innocent people, which they could. They got hypersonic missiles. They can be taking out all kind of innocent motherfuckers, Americans, but they're not doing that. They're only taking out the bases, and the Americans that are on the bases are getting taken out. But so this nigga keep talking about they're savages, they're this and they're that. They're the ones with the control strikes. They're the ones choosing, discerning, hey, we don't want to hurt innocent people. This motherfucker is just killing everybody. Him and bitch real.
Question, but they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
He must be the one who's cuckoo. I mean, I actually, there's always been these conspiracies about his mental health. Certainly we saw Biden had totally lost it. But I'm actually now wondering about Trump. I am. I'm actually wondering if the guy is letting it slip a bit. The group that didn't adhere to the memorandum of understanding was Israel. It wasn't Iran, it was Israel the entire time. Part of the memorandum of understanding, in fact, point 1 was stop the war in Lebanon. Israel did not. So according to Iran, their point of view was if you can't actually adhere to every aspect of this memorandum of understanding, including controlling Israel, then there is no memorandum of understanding. And we're not going to go forward and give you all of the things that you want if you're going to continue to bomb Lebanon. And Israel never stopped. Israel had no intention of actually going through with anything in the memorandum. Israel doesn't want to have anything to do with ending the war. So the breach of the agreement was from Israel, which the United States is supposed to be in control of, but it's obvious now that Israel's in control of the United States. Because here we are again. At one point Trump said, if you remember, just a couple of weeks ago, he was saying that the Iranians were very rational people. He said they were strong, smart people. They're nice to deal with. And now suddenly they're sick, they're scum, they're cuckoo. I mean, and his whole thing was, what he's upset about is that they're closing the Strait of Hormuz or that they're attacking ships. So they're saying you have to do it our way or no way at all. And, and I'm not in agreement with attacking ships through the Strait of Hormuz, but this is war, and the Strait was open prior to us waging war. We didn't wage war because Iran shut it down. We're at war because they shut it down because we're at war.
So this fool it's basically bitch real. Bitch real, like I said, is going to take America down. But again, it's taking down white supremacy, what's going down in the world. Again, Caucasian or Jewish supremacy is white supremacy, or Khazarian supremacy is white supremacy. They use each other to pump each other up around the world because that's that pale skin supremacy. Let's just call it that. Pale skin supremacy. That's real. That's truly what it is. Because they're not really all from the same ethnic background, but they all have pale skin, so they can all claim that we're all just like each other. We're the same. You're my brother from 8,000 mothers back, but we're still the same. 8,000 people ago, you're my family. See this skin? This makes us family. So then they just hide their damn They just hide their ancestry by changing their name. Crypto Jews. Clive Davis. Last name is Davis. You would never know that he's a goddamn Khazarian. Never know. I mean, if you looked at him, you would know. But he looks like a Khazarian. But if you had to press him on it, and he could say, well, I'm Dave. My last name is Davis. I'm Catholic. He could say some shit like that. You would have to believe him because his last name is Davis. So this is what they do. This is what they've been doing, using each other to pump each other up, but they're going to use each other to tear each other down. Again, white supremacy is dying. Caucasians are dying around the world. Pale people are dying around the world. Their power is dying. And when you have a wounded animal dying, them motherfuckers, they grasp for everything. They'll take everything down with it. struggling. Trying to take all that shit down. Take it all down. They do the Nino Brown. They do the Nino on you. I'm going down. I'm taking a whole bunch of people with me. Shout out to Nino. If I'm going down, I'm taking a whole bunch of people with me. So that's what Kazari is doing. Kazari still think they're going to be on top, though. They still think they can control this somehow. But the world hates them. But they still think somehow they can just weaponize anti-Semitism, that word. They can weaponize it and flip and change it whenever they want. Whenever you challenge them, they just use that word against you, no matter what it is. You said these niggas didn't make their bagels right. Anti-Semite! How dare you tell me how to make my bagels? These are my people's pastries. My people invented this bakery. You don't tell me and my people how to make our bread, our unleavened bread. This is what we do, motherfucker. Like, wait a minute, nigga, I just said you didn't make the bagel right. You're anti-Semitic. Like, all right, nigga. But that's what they're doing. They're gonna go down for that shit though. That used to be the big power in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, even the early 2020s. Until a lone man named Kanye got on top of the roof and screamed, I'm going ham on the Jew. And from that point on, they have been on the downswing. So I'm telling you, we just need to sit back and watch it happen and be ready to pick up the pieces. Pick up the pieces. So moving along. Yo, Marlon Clark, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. Thank you, sir.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. Got us going. We are at $40 for the donation. $40 on the donation. So make sure you hit the donation button, everybody, or the super chat. We love cash apps because cash app don't take any money. But if all you have is the super chat, we appreciate you. So moving along, Trump says he is the best president. He is the best president Israel's ever had. I'm the best president Israel's ever had. Wow. Okay, bro. I am the best president you ever had. All right, hold on. Can you guys see that? All right, here we go. He is the best president for bitch real. Oops. Nope. And right here we go. So watch this.
Well, I hope everybody had a nice 4th of July. The president of what should be the United States of America announced that he is the greatest president for Israel. Yeah, we know.
And how a Jewish person can vote for a Democrat is beyond me. Well, because I've been the best president in the history of Israel. And they acknowledge, and by the way, in Israel, I think I was at 99% or something.
The hell?
The best president for Israel.
I'm the best president for Israel.
This is, you've heard it come right out of his own mouth.
And
not only that, but what he did was he equated all Jews with the state of Israel. So he's doing exactly the thing that Netanyahu does, that Israel does.
He is straight MAGA, my MAGA, all day. I've been the best president for bitch real? What the? This nigga gone. I think he does have dementia. Like old Trump, when they ever let somebody just bend him over and ream him the way bitch real is doing. Unless they got some, I mean, whatever it is they got on that nigga, maybe he's an alien. Who knows? Maybe that nigga is an alien. Who knows? And this nigga hiding the shit. Who knows? That because this got to be big for you to just let these niggas railroad you and ream you, Romulus and ream you like this, nigga. Romulus and ream you. It ain't Romulus and Remus, it's Romulus and ream you. So here we go.
That many people criticize, which is that he conflates all Jews with the state of Israel, saying, how can Jews vote for Democrats? I mean, this is like a major Freudian slip. How can Jews vote for Democrats? I've been the greatest president for Israel. So he's acknowledging that Jews are actually voting on behalf of the state of Israel, a foreign Middle Eastern country. Happy 250th anniversary of the United States of America, by the way. Have you heard that it's 250 years before an empire falls? That's when great empires have historically fallen, is at around the 250 year mark. And it's kind of feeling like that's what's happened to the United States. We're just not ready to recognize it. We're not ready to admit it, that we've been completely captured by a foreign Middle Eastern country. So much so that this was a trend on social media for the 4th of July. Lots of Americans burning, not the American flag, oh, don't you worry, but the Israeli flag. So watch some of these videos that were circulating on social media. People just throwing gasoline.
People are fed up. See, the Caucasians are now starting to understand, oh shit, our power is being taken by vitriol. But it's too late because you chose vitriol in your racism over melanated people in America. So, hey, good luck, buddy. Good luck with that. So, again, melanated people, we don't lose shit if America falls, because we don't really got shit in America anyway. It's just going to be our chance to take a leg up. When the power falls, when the power structure falls, and you are never really a part of the power structure, that means the next construction of the power structure, you can then be a part of that. So that's what we got to look forward to. Vitriol is going to take America down for sure. Within the next 5, 10 years, whatever, you better prepare yourselves. Be able to pick up the pieces when it happens. You understand?
In lighting the Israeli flag. This next one right here, this is actually USS Liberty survivor Phil Torney, and he burnt the flag on July 4th, and he endorsed Thomas.
People are tripping on vitriol. America's finally starting to see, but it's too late. When they sign that bill, once that bill is signed, that merges America's military with vitriol's military, it's over. When that bill gets signed, it's over, because America will then become reliant on Israeli technology, vitriol technology, and then vitriol can cut off the technology whenever they feel America's not doing what the hell they need them to do. Again, you should never give any other country leverage over you like that. It is a complete taking of your sovereignty when you give all of your reliance over to another country. That's only got the size that as many people as the size of Jersey. It has as many people as the size of fucking Jersey. But you're gonna give them all of America's power. So yeah, it's gonna happen. It's happening. It's inevitable. America, it was built on fuckery. It was built on genocide. Both of these, they have one thing in common. They both try to build their countries on genocide. America did build their country on genocide, but vitriol says, "Oh shit, nigga, that's the playbook. Oh shit, give me the playbook, nigga. Let me see. Hold up. What page is the genocide page? 247. Okay. Oh, thank you. Take out everybody. Got it. Thank you, America, for the playbook. Had to take out all the goddamn indigenous people and then just say, it's our land. It's our land because we took it. Like, I don't think karma works that way. Karma doesn't work that way in the universe. Your man-made laws may work that way, but universal law doesn't work like that. And you will get smacked in the face with the energy that you smack other people with. Here we go.
Thomas Massie for president. Not that Thomas Massie's running, but here's a guy writing down with this no Israel flag against Israel. This is interesting because there's this push on social media to make it seem like it's just radical leftists who are against the state of Israel. But none of these people look like radical leftists to me. But this is the idea. It's the radical left and only the radical left that are against, and some of the woke right now, they're saying that Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Piers Morgan, all these people are radical right-wingers, the woke right. And it's only them who are actually against the state of Israel. Batya Ungar Sargon actually tweeted this out, this poll. She says, poll of GOP voters finds once again that Twitter is not real life. 64% have a favorable view of Israel. 73% said they were more likely to vote for a candidate who supports a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Damn.
69% want a candidate who denounces anti-Semitism. 67% say the U.S. and Israel's geopolitical interests are usually aligned.
This is all FAGA. This is all the FAGA faction. They're not MAGA no more. Y'all FAGA. This is the FAGA faction. So, real quick. Oh, you and Humphrey. Appreciate you. He said turkey burger time. Turkey burger time. Thank you, sir.
May the force be with you.
We're at $60 for the day. Thank you, everybody. Keep the super chats and the cash apps coming, everybody. And also Sharif Finley. Thank you. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
$70 for the day. Let's keep it going, everybody. So, yeah. Trump is the greatest president Bitchrill ever had. Caucasian America is starting to understand they're about to lose their power. They were racist against the wrong people. We've been racist against niggas all this time, and they got no real power. It's Bitchrill who has the real power and has been stealing all the shit that you stole, America. So don't be tripping when the playbook, all they did was take your playbook and then flip it and use it on you. So again, they're going to take each other down. White supremacy will be taken down. And again, pale supremacy. I don't like using, ain't no term white. White is a status, a class status. We want to talk about pale supremacy. These pale people around the world have created some type of systemic power where they all rule. So moving along. Apparently America will run out of oil by Wednesday. America is about to run out of oil by motherfucking Wednesday. What the hell are they doing, man? It's like, what? By goddamn Wednesday? So, just to give it some context, it's not actual oil. America still produces oil. It's America's oil reserve. Like for when America gets in the bind, when we come down to a crunch, you're supposed to have oil reserve left. So the oil reserve will be gone by Wednesday. And this dumbass is still, he just restarted the war with Iran. So just be prepared for gas and everything to spike, to go up within the next week and a half. Just prepare yourself. Don't be spending a gang of money everywhere. Don't be going out doing none of that shit. Gas is going to go crazy in the next week and a half because the gas is going to run out by fucking Wednesday. And his dumbass is just doing everything Bitchrill wants, no matter how much it destroys America. So here we go. Watch this.
Well, we've now traded strikes with Iran for the second day since the peace agreement has completely collapsed. And now we are even closer to what could be a catastrophe. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve is now at 19 million barrels, and it is 19 million barrels away from estimated minimum operating levels is what this is showing us. You can see where it says, let me just pull this up full screen. This chart, by the way, goes all the way back to 1989. Is the first year on the chart. Let me just go ahead and remove this lower third for you so you can take a look at it. And it goes all the way up into where we are today. And we are here is the yellow arrow. We are really close to that red line. So the Strategic Petroleum Reserves are almost to the point where we don't have any reserves. So what exactly does this mean? Well, does it mean we're not going to have any more oil? No, we produce quite a bit of oil as a country. But what it does mean is we will see inflation when, Donald Trump actually said that we were, I believe, 2 weeks away. Let me actually look at the calendar. It was June 17th. That Donald Trump said we were 4 weeks away from running out of oil. And 4 weeks would be next week, the 15th. We're on the 9th today. So,
yeah, Wednesday. Wednesday, my peeps. Yep. Somebody said Wednesday. WD said Wednesday. Yeah, buddy. Wednesday, hump day. America runs out of oil reserve. You know why? Because they gave a lot of it to bitch real. They gave a lot of it to bitch real during the pandeezy. And after the pandeezy. These dumbasses. Also, Biden sold a bunch to China. So it's not just Trump's fault. Let's get it straight. It's not just Trump's fault. A lot of the oil reserve got taken out when Biden sold a bunch to China. So it's both. It's Biden, bitch ass Biden. Let's go Brandon, and Trump, who done fucked America on the oil.
By next Wednesday, apparently the strategic reserves will hit that red line by next Wednesday. And that means that prices are going to go up. When people, the market, we still have oil. It's not like we've run out of oil, but markets are very reactionary. So when they know that the government can't whisk in and release more oil barrels.
Hold up. Hey, Roger Rose said, I'm going to ride my lawnmower to work. And he said, I'll ride my lawnmower to work. Fuck this shit, nigga. Hey, I'm trying to tell you, y'all, hey, I got my electric scooter right here. I had an electric bike. Somebody stole my goddamn electric bike. Bitch ass motherfuckers. They better be glad I didn't catch them. Nigga knew exactly where to hide in the blind spot of my door, my Ring doorbell too. Didn't catch him. Nigga was able to hide right up under the blind spot. I'm like, damn, it was like this much of a blind spot, but he was able to get in the blind spot to steal my shit. But I still got my electric scooter, and that shit has done me well. I bought that in 2020, and that damn scooter I've gotten hit by three, but I've gotten hit. Let's see, I had 3 accidents on it. I got hit by a car once, and the handlebars fell on me because I forgot to latch the handlebar on. So the handlebars fell on me, and I smashed it on the concrete. And then the accident that just happened, I told you guys about, that happened in February. So I've crashed on that thing 3 times, and it's still going. That goddamn scooter is still going. Hit by a car on that bitch, and it's still going. Y'all better get y'all goddamn scooter. That's all I'm saying. But here we go.
In order to boost the economy back up, they start pricing things like, oh no, we're at that point. We don't have any reserves left. We have no money in the bank, basically. So we're living paycheck to paycheck. And if a crisis hits, you know, we have enough oil to keep ourselves functioning on a day-to-day, but if a crisis hits, just very much like living paycheck to paycheck, crisis hits, you're screwed. And one thing that is a crisis is keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. Our war with Iran, them closing the Strait of Hormuz, helped get us to that point. It didn't entirely get us to that point. Let's go ahead and pull that chart back up. It didn't entirely get us to that point. That big dip that you see, that waterfall dip before we get to, and then it kind of built back up a little bit, and now we're back down. That happened in 2022. And that was, COVID was a lot. I think this really started falling off a cliff. It looks like
that was
2020. Biden. Is when it started dropping, and then it really dropped again in 2022. So from 2020 on is when we see that dip. So we had COVID. We also had the Russia-Ukraine war, and that caused a massive dip. Then we started seeing things climb back up.
And Biden sold a bunch to China. She don't obviously know about that, but Biden sold a bunch of oil to China.
Starting in, looks like late 2022, early 2023. And here we are today at a point where we're closer to the red line than we've ever been. So anything for Israel essentially is what this boils down to. We should not be in this war with Iran. We should be packing our bags and going home. We should say, all right, you know, Trump has announced 1,000,000 times. We've obliterated their ability to.
So, bitch real, you and your car is about to go belly up for bitch real. Bitch, hey, bitch real. Yeah, no gas. Yeah, man. Bitch real. Come on. We love you, bitch real. That's the white motherfucking faggot people. We love you, man. Come on. I don't need gas in my car. I can walk. I can skip to work, man. I'm so happy. I'm so happy about America and Israel. I can skip to work, man. I'll just skip-a-doo. Skippity-doo. That's what I'll do. Hey, see, I'm rhyming. Was that bars? Did I do bars? Anyone? Can I? No. Okay. I just thought I did some bars. So this is what's happening with Fagga. Oops. And then where did my screen go? Oh, there it is. Lost my screen. So FAGA is loving Israel, bitch real, right now. Bars! I got bars, man. You want to hear more bars? Oh, give me a beat, man. Hey, that's all you get right now. So, just saying. The biggest threat right now is bitch real. So moving along. You better drink a Red Bull and start traveling. You better drink a Red Bull, start traveling right now. They give you Red Bull gives you wings. You don't need gas. That's hilarious. Said Debo stole his bike. What you say? He says, damn, I think Aries act alike. You got me down pat with my sarcasm. Straight up. You got to do it. You got to do it. I'm a sarcastic master. Sarcasm master in this bitch. All right. So moving along. Pale people in Europe who have been dying because of the heat. They're marveling over people with melanin. Apparently, they're kind of envious of people with melanin, and they're like, "Fuck you, people." Hold up, let me see where they go. They are really tripping. If I can find. Hold on. Where is the video? Come on, video. Oh, here it is. All right. I found it. I hope this is the one. Okay. Guys, can you see the screen? Hold on. Where's the screen? Oh, there we go. All right. Here it is. All right.
I'm dying in this heat. I was not mentally prepared for Italian summers. Holy shit. This is miserable. Can't eat. I'm trying to stay hydrated as best I can. I'm so tired. I can barely get any work done or think clearly. How am I going to make it through the next 3 months? Tell me.
They will realize that as the hole in the ozone.
Now, it's only 103 degrees over there. She tripping. It's 103 degrees over in Europe. And she like, oh my God, how am I going to make it through the next 3 months? 103 degrees is nothing. Sometimes in LA, it's 103 degrees here. And I'll have the door closed. I'll be locked up in the house and not even know. No fan on, nothing. Like melanated people, we are made for the heat. Like that's our thing. Even though we do get hot, but our bodies are made to dissipate heat better. Your melanin absorbs heat and converts it to chemical energy for your body. So you don't really feel the heat. It's absorbing it and converting it to like chemical energy, which means sugar in your body. So we don't feel it like they do. Their bodies can't dissipate heat like that. It stores it. They're an insulator. We're not an insulator. We dissipate. We absorb and then transmute the energy.
The layer gets larger and larger. More and more sunlight is allowed to enter our environment, and more people who have pale faces are going to die of melanoma, which is a skin cancer that you get if you don't have enough melanin in your skin. Let me tell you, people of color are going to be very much in demand for reproduction in the future. And mark my words. You're laughing now, but you wait 20 years. You won't even have to wait 20 years because they're going to see that if they want their children, their grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren to survive, they're going to have some melanin in their skin. That's the way it's going to be. This is going to take care of itself.
Europeans are literally melting to death in a heat wave, and it's all because their entire identity revolves around feeling superior to us stupid fat Americans. It's true. They claim it's because of climate change. Heating your home in winter is far, far more worse, magnitudes worse than cooling your home in the summer, so that doesn't work. People in America say that Europe is poorer. Europe is still the second richest continent in the world, richer than Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, who have universal AC adoption, so that doesn't work. People say it's too hard to retrofit the buildings that have these old windows. That doesn't work either. The Haussmann buildings in Paris have retrofitted elevators. When they want to do something, they find a way to retrofit. People say that there's too many regulations or that it's too hard for whatever reason. Deregulate yourself.
Hello guys, welcome once again to the channel. I hope if you're watching, you're happy.
Hold on, we're gonna just get real quick. Dwayne Hicks, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the Cash App. And Roger Roche, thank you for the super chases. Kev thumbnail last week of the Laker foot kicking Brian out the door. It was pissed on myself, funny and accurate. Brian Rikers Island inmate EAD. Hell yeah, that's what's up. Appreciate you, Jeffrey Hicks. So we got this up to where we at right now. Sorry guys, that's 65. We're up to $90 on the super chats and the Cash App today, everybody. So appreciate you. Up to $90 for the day.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, everybody. So keep them coming. Keep the Cash Apps and the donations coming, everybody. So hold on, let me skip past this guy talking because you can't understand what he's saying. He's African. So he's trying to, these African motherfuckers be making videos about Americans and try to do the commentary on the shit. And then, motherfucker, we love to thank you for the video. But goddamn, nigga. Nigga. Like, if you don't go learn some English, nigga, goddamn, you gotta stop doing these videos. But I appreciate the videos.
You're melanated. You're a disgrace. If you're melanated and you're complaining about the heat, you're a disgrace to your melanin. You're a disgrace to your ancestors. Yeah? Enjoy this damn heat, bro. It's still sunny out there, bro. We're getting daily sunsets. What more do you want? You want that gray, dystopic look? Where everything's just so miserable? I'm so happy, man. I can go for a walk. Yeah? I'm in the house. I'm barefoot. I'm just wearing a damn tank top and shorts, bro. That's awesome. That's the way it should, that's the way it should be. Okay, yes, it's hot. Okay, I'll admit. Yeah, my windows are open. Everywhere around the house, the windows are open, right? Yeah? Even when I'm sleeping, I can't sleep with this damn duvet no more. Okay, I'm sleeping. But that being said, I'm happy, man, because in a few months, think about it. In a few months, it's gonna be frosty as hell. Okay, it's just gonna be gray. It'll be raining. I mean, sometimes the sun will come out here and there, but come on, man, be happy. Be happy.
Yes, 80%, over 80% of households in Europe don't have AC because of the Green Deal and all that type of stuff. So they charge you so much for it, you know, and also they make the regulations. They make it so hard to get an AC. Now you can go buy one. You're gonna have to go buy one, but they're expensive as hell. So that's the way they gatekeep them. They make the AC so goddamn expensive over there that you won't buy them. Plus, most of the time they don't really need them in Europe because it's cloudy a lot over in Europe, so you don't necessarily need it as much as you do in America because of the cloudiness over there. But the last few years, they've been getting mangled with the sunlight, and thousands of people have died within the last couple months because of the heat wave over there. I mean, and only 103 degrees. Let me just say, it's not like 115, 120 degrees. It's 103. And these motherfuckers like, oh my God. These niggas running the street. It's so hot. Like, nigga, 103. That's average in Texas. Go to Texas or somewhere in the South in the summertime. That's what it average. Are you crazy? Go to fucking Florida, where it's humid. It's humid as shit and hot. You got the double H. In Florida, in California, we got hot but not humid. So we got like a dry heat, which is cool because we get breezes and shit, which feel good when it's hot. So 103 degrees is killing niggas? I'm like, what? All right. It's insane to me.
Yeah, maybe it's too hot. I understand. Maybe when you're in the office or whatever type of work you got, maybe something you have to wear overalls and stuff like that, engineers, electricians and so on. But other than that, come on, man, don't complain, bro. Yeah, don't complain. Go have a barbecue, go for a walk, drive to the hills, look at the sunset, bro. Look how beautiful that is. Look how uppity I am right now, man. Yeah, this is beautiful. But sadly, I have heard some people have passed away jumping in rivers and just because of the heat. So I understand. Yeah, that's a serious thing. But I'm just saying for most people out here were just complaining because it's too hot, it's too musty. Calm down, bro. Calm down. This is. I
need to get past
people back on both pull out biological.
I can't remember the song, but anyway, what do you guys think?
Always makes me laugh when people pull out biological arguments for white supremacy when our genes are recessive. Like if I were to have children with any person with any amount of melanin, brown, black skin, it doesn't matter. My genes are recessive. Same with my eye color. My green eyes, even as far back on both sides of my family, they have brown eyes for white people. I just happen to be some sort of glitch and my dad happened to be a glitch. And it's so funny to me because it's like, why are you going to sit here and say, oh, our genes are so much better? I can't even go in the fucking sun. My skin turns bright pink, bright red every time I go outside. Can my eyes take any sort of sunlight at all? Like I need sunglasses 24/7. So when I wear my glasses outside, it's actually a problem because I have to choose between seeing, wearing contacts and my eyes being uncomfortable or wearing sunglasses to protect my eyes. So no, it is not an inherently supremacist or superior traits that we have. If we're going to go that route, we are going.
She breaking it off. She knows. She understands. She looking for some melanation. She looking to be have some melanation infused into herself. I'm thinking that's what it sounds like to me.
Going to lose because if anything, it's the genes that can.
Hold up, real quick. Now she, thank you for the Cash App. I think I got you Jeffrey Hicks, but if I didn't, appreciate you. Let me get you in here.
May the force be with you.
We're at 100 for the day. We're at 100 on the donations. So thank you guys. Keep them coming, everybody.
Stand the sun and the heat and that those genes will get passed on in subsequent generations, which there's no guarantee that mine will. I think we're all human beings. We are all equal. But if you're going to pull out the supremacist superior argument, it's not white skin. It is not white skin. Just pull out a Punnett square, babe.
I have gray eyes, and not enough people talk about how gray eyes is essentially like a genetic defect and white skin is a genetic defect essentially. And maybe we just want to feel like special, but literally we're probably not getting enough vitamin D. Our eyes can't handle the sun, which doesn't make sense in a planet where everything flourishes on sun. And like, I just don't get it. Like 70 plus 80% of the world has brown eyes. And now we want to like hold up and herald like blue-eyed, green-eyed, whatever, light-eyed, no melanin people like myself, as if like there's something amazing, as if we are some type of like genetic superstar. When we're not, we're like the opposite, bro. We are like, we're getting sunburned out here. Like literally, like this is kind of coming off of like the racism post I just made, but I'm talking science, you guys. Like, it might be rare, it might be cool that it's rare, just like an albino is cool that they're rare and they have purple eyes. But that doesn't mean that you're more fit for the environment. Like who's more fit for the environment is probably the person that can handle it.
So apparently the French are mad and they're blaming the United States for the heat wave and because they're hot.
So Europe is actually blaming America for the heat wave. They're saying America's air conditioners have caused global warming to heat up Europe, because before the air conditioning craze in America, which has been around here for 100 years, we've had air conditioning, but apparently just recently the air conditioners have fucked up the earth, but not the whole 100 years before. But apparently in the last couple of years, the air conditioners have messed up the world. So they're blaming America. But they're wishing they had melanin at this point. Just saying, yo, what is that? Fly Town God, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. It's a guy at my job who has to wear long sleeves because of the sun. I'm in the joint chilling with some water, like you old generic ass ninja. You old generic ass ninja. Because of the sun, I'm in the joint chilling with some water, like you old generic ass nigga. That's hilarious.
May the force be with you.
Yeah. That's funny. We're at 105 for the day, everybody. 105 on the super chat. That's funny though. So yeah, Caucasians are envying, they're in envy of your melanin. They're envious is the word of your melanin. So you guys need to cherish it. God damn it. You understand? I'm trying to tell y'all. Caucasian people out here know who the hell you are, and y'all don't know. What are y'all doing out here? Better get this damn shit. again, this great book of melanin research is all the melanin research they've done on you for the past 110 years. I think it's last 115 years now. It's early 1900s. So when they started doing the research, and that's all in here. All the research is in here. And it tells you how to keep your melanin healthy. You have to be hydrated for your melanin to work properly. Yes. You have to be hydrated for your melanin to work properly. Now, think of all of the fast food places in the hood. All of the bad food that they funnel to the hood that is pampered with salt, that is just injected with a bunch of salt. You know, salt dehydrates you. All the fried food places in the hood, all of that stuff dehydrates you. You think they didn't know about putting all the alcohol, the liquor stores in the hood that dehydrates you? All of this stuff, again, makes your melanin weak. When your melanin is dehydrated, it is weak. When it is hydrated, it is at its optimal level. And they knew this. They still know it, which is why they will dehydrate you. They will constantly try to dehydrate you. So just cherish your melanin, peoples. Cherish your melanin. Now, real quick, moving along, Caucasian Matt Walsh, he tried to say that the new that the definition of Native American should not apply to anyone but colonists, because colonists created the country of America. There was no America before the colonist came over and created it. So the term American should only apply to Caucasian colonists or descendants of the Caucasian colonists, because there was no America. America didn't exist before the whites came over and created the people. Did you know that? Oh, real quick before the last thing, if you get the deal, I'm still doing the deal from last week because people bought me out of books on Saturday, books and flashcards. So some people wanted to get the deal on Sunday. I didn't have the stuff to give them. So I'm extending the deal to this weekend. So if you want the deal, you get everything that I have in here. I don't make any money on this deal. I make like 45 to 50 bucks off this deal because after the expenses. So you better get in here and get it. That's why I'm only giving it for 2 days. So you get the Great Book of Melanin Research, the Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds Book, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Card, and Notice. Bam, right here. You get all of that. Bam. With the notice. Boom. But you also get the the flashcards, police stop flashcards 1 and 2, law and government flashcards 1 and 2, and the Supreme Court cases flashcards. So you're going to get 5 decks of flashcards. Usually only give 2. So you're going to get 5, and then you also get 3 shirts. You get the 3 t-shirt deal. Usually you only get 1 t-shirt. I'm going to give you everything, the whole deal, today and tomorrow, only because I ran out of stuff last week. So make sure this is the best way to support real Nagas. So check this out. Only whites should be called American, everybody. Only the whites. Only the pale Caucasoids, because they created America.
Centuries.
Absolutely. It's about tribal warfare. That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the U.K. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so
I'm an American
you have
citizen.
your own states.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the
Not
thing.
sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the claim here. Okay.
But you're
a little different.
But you're a
than yours.
descendant of immigrants. Settlers.
No.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You don't
colonials.
look
Yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you
Sorry,
talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about? Whites are Native Americans.
Really?
I think
What was happening before the 1500s?
I think you're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going on.
Now, so this guy, he's an immigrant. He's like a Palestinian, not Palestinian, but he's like from some Muslim country. I forgot the Muslim country he's from. American. So, right. So then he tells this Caucasian guy, because the Caucasian says, I'm Native American. He said, no, you're not. You ain't Native American. And then he says, I am Native American. Well, the term native only means to be from a certain place. That doesn't mean indigenous or aboriginal. That doesn't mean you originate from that place. It just means you're from that place. So Caucasian people who are born in America are technically Native American. Go look at the gangs of New York. The gangs of New York. They, what is it? Bill the Butcher. He called himself the Natives. That was his gang, the Natives, because they were the first generation born in America. So they called themselves natives. And that's also why you don't want to use the term Native American, though, in law. You want to use the term Aboriginal American. Aboriginal American means, or actually, let me back up. Actually, let me back up. You don't want to use the term Native American in your everyday life. Let me say that. Lawfully or legally, you do want to use the term Native American. Yo, Preston Davis, appreciate you. Thank you for the star. So legally, you do want to use the term Native American. I'm about to show you why real quick before we'll get back to this in a second, but I want to show you why you should use the term Native. So let me go. This is Black's Law, 4th edition. Take you to the term native. Something's going on. Hold on. So it's not letting me. Hold on. All right, I was moving it too damn fast. It's a lot of information in here, so I gotta kind of go slow with it, I guess. Hold on, logical. Oh god damn. So this thing is sticking a lot. Hold on, let me reload this real quick. And here we go. So this is better. This should be better. All right. It's not much better, but hold on. God damn. Good Lord. Come on, man. Thought I was able to show you guys what native meant, but this thing is tripping. This Jesus, man. It's not letting me go to a word for some reason. This is really bad. this is terrible on the website. Hold on. God, man. What the hell did this thing just do? Okay. Yeah, damn. All right. This is becoming way more trouble than it's worth. This website sucks for this damn Jesus Christ, man. Seriously? What the fuck? All right. So it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to show you what the word meant because this thing sucks. Oh, wait a minute, it's moving. Hold on. I may be able to get to it. All right. Okay. Here we go. So native. Bam, bam. Oh, shit. That's Navy. Hold on. God damn it. Should be the next. Right here. Here we go. All right. Nativa. Hold on. Sorry, guys. This is important. I want you to see that. I know I'm spending a long time. This is taking me a long goddamn time. But I want you to show you. So here we go. And finally, Jesus Christ. So it says native right here. A natural born subject or citizen. This is why you don't want to use that term legally. This is why you don't want to be a Native American. So native, you can use the word, not even locally. I would say just don't use the word. Just don't even use the word. Because look, native, a natural born subject or citizen, a denizen by birth. That's a middle class person, like a second class citizen. One who owes his domicile or citizenship to the fact of his birth within the country referred to. The term may also include one born abroad if his parents were the citizens of the country and not permanently residing in foreign parts. And this is U.S. versus Wong Kim. That's a very famous case. Now, I would show you the term Indian, because Indian is actually the term you would want to use. I know most people think we shouldn't use the term Indian. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, I think I can find it. Oh, here we go. Maybe I can find it. And all right, hold on. So it's important. Here we go. So check this out. Indian. Come on, bro. God damn. All right, here we go. Indian tribe. So here we go. Indian title, blah, 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 blah. Indian country. God damn. What the hell is Indian? Shit. God damn. So Indian is supposed to be somewhere in here. I can't. Oh, here it is, right here. Indians. God damn. So Indians, the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. You see that? So native means a subject citizen. Native American means subject. That was again in the Native American, the Citizenship Act, the Native American Citizenship Act of 1824. So that's how they brought them in and made them citizens. They took their sovereignty. Native American makes you a subject citizen of the United States of America. But when you call yourself an Indian, the legal definition of Indian is the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. All right. So that's very important. So now let's get back to, let me get back to Matt Walsh saying that only white people should be termed as Indian. So watch this.
I think what was happening before the 1500s? There was indigenous people here that came here from Asia. Indigenous means? Listen, before
indigenous people come from somewhere else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do know what it means. It means I came here.
And just so we're clear, indigenous is not that great either. It's not that great of a term to apply. You can apply autochthonous. That's a good one. Autochthonous. What you heard of autochthon? Somebody can put that word in the chat. You can spell it right. Autochthon. That means original from the land. Also aboriginal. You can use those too. But indigenous, what's the first part of indigenous? Indigenous. Indigent. Indigent means poor. Remember the root words. The first part of indigenous is indigent, means poor. So you don't necessarily want to use that word either. Yes. That's the term you want to use. So here we go.
First, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that. I don't care.
Is he an American?
I genuinely don't care. Yes, he is.
Okay, just checking.
My point is, okay.
Nothing to do with crime. So far, you've agreed with me that these
Because
people
you're derailing, dude. I'm trying to stay on
track. You
track.
sat down and asked me where I'm from. I think you derailed this conversation.
I think you got offended by that, but I'm
offended. I'm just wondering what it has to do with crime.
I'm always curious.
We're going to talk about immigration. Don't worry. Later on, you can come back.
I hope so.
Right now, you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime.
I just got a round of applause. I could probably get another one actually if I asked for it.
Wow.
So I don't think I'm doing
how you get rounds of applause. You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing.
Europeans come to this continent, literally ethnically cleanse the indigenous population out of existence, kill them on a scale that has hardly been equaled, and refer to them as savages. That's an achievement. Who's the savage? The first time I encountered this was in a little town in Massachusetts called Deerfield. It's a reconstruction of what that little town looked like in colonial America. And in front of each house is a plaque that explains something about this house. And then description. On the 18th of October of 1702, the savages attacked. The first time I saw this, the savages. You come in here, destroy everything these people have, and they are the savages. That's an interesting move.
It is.
You know?
I hadn't thought of that before.
Think about
When we talk about slavery in America, we focus on Europeans that brought enslaved Africans here. But what about Native Americans? What were they doing while this was going on? The answer is complicated. Let's talk about it. Before European settlers started enslaving Africans, they tried to enslave Native Americans first, but it didn't work out the way they planned. Native Americans knew the land way too well, so obviously they...
So she don't know what she's talking about. They did enslave Native Americans. Those were all the slaves. Those were mostly the slave class. Only 300,000 slave or people were transported from Africa to North America. That's over the whole goddamn slave trade. 300,000. In the last 100 years, it was like less than 1,000. So most of the people here, again, but you had over 4 million slaves at its height. So how do you get, and again, most of the slaves that came over here were men and children, boy children. So how the hell you get 4 million and 4.5 million slaves from only 300 and some thousand? I mean, 4.5 million actual slaves here in America from 300 and something thousand Africans imported. Most of them men and boys. That means they were already here. So she doesn't really know what she's talking about when they said they tried to enslave Native Americans, but they wouldn't let them. That's bullshit. Native Americans were enslaved. Most of them. that was the most of the slave class.
Escaped all the time.
We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from her. She don't know what she's talking about.
So the Native American depiction that they mainly show in the mainstream is often a straight-haired, lighter-complected, almost Euro representing person. However, the kinky-haired Black beings, we're also Native Americans. I am Native American in the flesh. So make sure you guys are tapping into your history, know where you really come from, know what land you originate from. You know, I say,
Columbus didn't discover America. You can't discover a place where people are already living. But we celebrate that every October. It's a lie. We need to get over it. We need to stop telling the myths and start telling the truth. If we start teaching the truth about history, if we start teaching about Nile Valley contributions to civilization, it will totally change the way we conduct ourselves in the classroom. It will have to.
Check out this video, then I'm going to explain to you how settler colonialism works.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely. Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the claim here, okay?
But you're
a little different.
But you're a descendant of immigrants. Settlers. Colonialists.
Yeah, colonialists.
You don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about? Whites are Native Americans.
Really? This idea that white folks are Native Americans now is not simply ignorance. It's the logic of settler colonialism. Settlers invade, they steal the land, and they replace the indigenous population. Settler colonialism isn't simply about conquest and stealing the land, though.
They settle, and replace the indigenous population. You breaking it off.
It's a structure of replacement. The first step, invasion, conquest, genocide of indigenous peoples. Step 2, reset the timeline. Pretend history only begins when settlers arrive in 1492. That means downplaying all the achievements, all the accomplishments of indigenous peoples. You stereotype and label us as
white people were not they were indentured servants in only technical terms. So was melanated people. They weren't slaves, they weren't official slavery until 1640 whenever homeboy Alex Johnson, whatever his name, sued for slavery, for a slave. That's when it was technically slavery. However, up until that point, all of it was indentured servitude, but it was still slavery. So don't let the words fool you. Just because they was indentured servants don't mean they weren't slaves. A lot of them never lived out their contracts. Some of them did, but most of them never lived out their contract. Because anything that you did, like if you did something wrong while you were obligated in the contract, they could add on more time. So a lot of times 10 years became 15, 25 years and shit like that. So even though they were termed indentured servants, they were slaves. And melanated people had slaves, white slaves. Melanated slave owners had white slaves on their plantation. Or Caucasian slaves, or pale slaves, because I don't like using terms.
As uncivilized savage only begins when settlers arrive in 1492. That means downplaying all the achievements, all the accomplishments of indigenous peoples. You stereotype and label us as uncivilized savages. Step 3, the colonizers now rebrand themselves as natives. And a lot of white folks have brainwashed themselves into believing the big lie, that they settled an empty and uncivilized land and built America from nothing. It's the myth of Western superiority and American exceptionalism. And it's not just about stealing land and resources. It's also about stealing the identity, what it means to be a real American. And this is nothing new. Settlers or nativists have been calling themselves Native Americans for nearly 200 years now. And that's the trick. You destroy indigenous sovereignty, and then you get to redefine who's truly American, who's Native.
Now, he's supposed to be what they call Indian. You ain't Native American either, fool. You ain't indigenous. You ain't Aboriginal, nigga. They didn't look like you. Now, shout out, you're closer to it than the Caucasian, but nigga, they didn't look like you either. Stop playing.
It's white nationalism. It centers whiteness as the rightful owners of Turtle Island. The end goal is always to invert reality. The settler, the colonizer becomes indigenous, and land theft and genocide becomes heritage. But here's what the logic of settler colonialism tries to hide. Indigenous nations are still here. All the settler colonial policies meant to destroy and erase indigenous nations have failed. Native peoples are revitalizing their languages, protecting their sacred sites, defending their treaty rights, practicing their culture just like they've done since time immemorial. And let's have a little bit of clarity. White folks can be from America, be born here in America, but you will never be indigenous to this land. And let me end with this.
They didn't say indigenous. They said native. Those are two different things. Native is from the land, meaning being from a place, being born in that place. That's what native means. Doesn't mean indigenous. Doesn't mean you originated here. Your people, your kind originated. That's indigenous. Really, indigenous means poor, but let's go with the everyday term.
Indigenous peoples are still here, and we're not going anywhere.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
No, you're not. Yeah, no, you're not. No, you're not. Stop.
In discussions about the history and origins of people in the Americas, the key distinction is that white Americans are not considered Native Americans. Here's why. Ancestry, modern white Americans are predominantly descended from European settlers and immigrants who arrived in the Americas starting around the 5th, 10th, and 16th centuries. Native Americans, also referred to as indigenous people, are the original inhabitants of the Americas and have distinct cultures, histories, and traditions that predate European colonization. Based on genetic and archaeological evidence, white people are not considered Native Americans in the sense of being indigenous to the Americas. It is crucial to recognize that Native American identity is multifaceted and encompasses cultural practices, language, tribal affiliation, and a deep connection to ancestral lands.
We should not be embarrassed or afraid to say that the Native Americans are white people of European descent. That is true. The people that we call...
Here he goes. The Native Americans are white people of European descent. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Native Americans now are not or afraid.
Connection to ancestral lands.
We should not be embarrassed or afraid to say that the Native Americans are white people of European descent. That is true. The people that we call Native Americans now are not Native Americans. And the reason they're not Native Americans is because they did not form a country called America. They are not native. America is a country. It's not just a place. It's not just a plot of land. It is a country. And before America was formed as a nation, this place was not America because America didn't exist. America existed when it was formed.
Wait, hold on.
And so if someone can trace their lineage back to the Comanche on the Great Plains, well, that doesn't make you you weren't native to America. You're native to Comancheria. You're native to this. You're not native to the country of America. The people who are native to the nation of America, the people who formed this nation, were by and large, almost exclusively, white people of European descent. They are the natives of this country. They're the ones who formed this country. That doesn't mean that other people aren't allowed to live here. It just means that they're the natives. And again, anywhere else in the world, there's nothing controversial about pointing that out. And we're the only place where we're not allowed to say that. But I've been on this. I've been preaching this for a while now. I think we need, and not just as a gimmick. Like I really believe we should reclaim the.
Matt Walsh is going to reclaim the title Native American when this place was called Amaruca for thousands of years before this bitch ass motherfuckers got here. Amaruca, land of the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl. Really means land of the dragon, if you want to get symbolic with it, but technical, land of Quetzalcoatl. The feathered serpent. So thousands of years before Caucasians even got over here, Amaruca. And that's not north of, that was all of the Americas. What's called Amaruca. There's Native Americans, there's Hispanics from Peru, an Hispanic archaeologist who did a video. He broke it down. This whole thing is basically in Spanish. So you have to read the subtitles, what he's saying. But he's breaking down. The land was called Amaruca, the land of the feathered serpent. He says dragon. He even says dragon in this video. The land of the dragon. He said that. It's a Peruvian archaeologist breaking this shit down. It's on YouTube. The video's on YouTube. I saw it like a few years ago. So Matt Walsh is full of shit. You ain't claiming shit. You're not indigenous to anywhere. You're not native to anywhere. Melanated people on the planet thousands of years before Caucasian people even thought about showing up. That's just how it was. That's not racist. That's just a fact. You can feel any type of way about it that you want, but that's on you. Facts don't give a shit about your feelings. Isn't that what Bill Shapiro said? So Matt Walsh can EAD. Straight up. Matt Walsh can EAD. It's in the game. So moving along. You said straight incubator babies. Wait, hold on. Straight incubator babies. I seen the big dragon head and spine mountain footage. You seen it? Looking into it as well. The spine on the ring of the fire. Okay. Kukulkan, yep. Kukulkan, yep. Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan. Let's see. Saying that, boom. All right. Do think we literally breathing all white man's air? Yep. That's exactly what he think. We breathing all the white man's air. They came over and wiped out all the indigenous people over here, created some goddamn bullshit ass country that they stole the name from and all the resources. Again, everything in America also was created that makes America what it is was created by melanated people, so-called black people. Everything, street lights, doorknobs, refrigerators, toilets, air conditioners, heart surgery. Nigga, name some shit. Niggas created this shit. No matter what it is, stoplights. Well, did I say stoplights? I think I said that shit already. Locomotive engines for the original railway system to work in America. It was called the real McCoy. Go look that dude up. The engines, the locomotive system didn't really get mashing out in America till a black dude named McCoy. That's where you get the phrase the real McCoy. He created an engine, a locomotive engine, that blasted everybody else out of the water. And this is why today, all the engines were built off of his shit. Now you got electric engines and shit, but until they started doing electric engines and all that type of shit, everyone used his goddamn design. And if you didn't have one of his engines, or when you created a locomotive, when they did the inspection, they would say, "Is that a real McCoy?" That's how you got the phrase. So every goddamn thing that makes America America came from melanated people. Even the goddamn system, the Constitution, you got that shit from the Native Americans. None of this shit that's in America that you claim is yours. You didn't create none of it. You didn't do anything. So, Matt Walsh, I told you, Caucasian people are struggling right now, y'all. Caucasian people are struggling. They dying. They dying out around the world. They can't handle it. They like, what am I gonna do? So, I mean, and again, if you were dying out, I would, if your people, this is probably how the Moors were when we had all the power in the world and we started dying out. I can't imagine that we was all cool about it and shit. When white people start taking over every goddamn thing, I'm sure we wasn't cool about it either. So, that's just how things are. But you're dying out. The power system is dying out, I should say. The Caucasian power system is dying out. White people still be here. So moving along. In the science and the weird, I want to show you this. Scientists have analyzed some markings. On the wall. These are what they call witch markings. They say these are witch carvings or whatever the hell they. God damn, what are you doing? These damn pop-ups. I hate this damn website, man. Shit. All right, so in the science and the weird, scientists analyze the witches' marks on the walls of Old English buildings and finally reveal the meaning behind the mysterious symbols. They have puzzled historians for years, but the true meaning of the witches' marks. They have puzzled historians for years, but the true meaning of the witches' marks on the walls of Old English buildings has finally been revealed. The marks, often referred to as daisy wheels or hexafoils, can be found inside medieval churches and houses across the country. Experts have previously suggested that they were ritual protection symbols or that they have magical meanings. Now, Professor Jennifer Alexander, she's going to debunk all of this, guys. Jennifer Alexander, a professor of architectural history at Warwick University and author of Stonemason's Marks, has set the record straight. She claims that the marks are simply scribbles, only scribbles, left on the walls by stonemasons working on the buildings. Do you remember at school when you were first given a pair of compasses and you made a daisy wheel? So she's talking about the compass that you got with the needle and the has the pencil and that shit, and you put the pen and you draw shit like that. That's what she's talking about. So it's that. She's saying it's that. It's just your doodle. It's basically just doodling. They were doodling on the walls, guys. Let me show you what they were doodling. There are hundreds of such marks, and they tend to be of varying degrees of skill. It's much more the sort of thing you'd use to train apprentices with, giving them skills and using tools on intractable surfaces like stone. So basically, they were doodles teaching the other lower stonemasons how to do shit. Now, you want to see the symbols? This is the symbol, guys. What is that a symbol? Is that a doodle? Does anybody in here think that's a doodle? That's all they were doing is doodling. Yo, what did they do with it? Oh, here it is. Oh, damn. That's a doodle, guys. They were just showing the lower Masons how to use the tools. And this is the symbol that came out with this perfect, beautiful symbol right here. This perfectly round symbol, circle with perfect petals. Right? Or then they just popped up all over the place. All of these circles with these petals in them, all the Masons just made them all of the Masons just decided to make them individually, all together, like no connection whatsoever. They just all had a spontaneous inclination to make, or while they were showing their apprentice how to use the tools, they just all had, hey, just make this. This will show them. This symbol will show them. So let's keep it going. According to the previous survey carried out by Historic England, these mysterious symbols are common across England. The most common mark recorded is the hexafoil, or daisy wheel, which range from the straightforward singletons to complex interlinked multiple examples. It explained, according to the public responses, they occur across the whole of England and on a variety of buildings from the medieval to the 19th century, including in houses, farm buildings, and churches. It is, of course, impossible to be certain of the date of the marks, but there are certainly much later examples on 19th century buildings than expected. In 2024, English heritage volunteer Rick Berry discovered several circular carvings at Gainsborough Old Hall in Lincolnshire and suggested they may have been, or they may have had, mystical meanings. Simple circles that seem to be missing the internal six-petal design of daisy wheel or hexafoil are among the marks found by Mr. Berry. These were believed to trap demons. They were used to trap demons, guys. English Heritage explained at the time, now Professor Alexander has poured cold water on this theory and says there is absolutely no evidence they were witches' marks. Instead, she claims the geometric designs were simply left by stonemasons testing out their patterns. Just doodles. These are just doodles, everybody. That's all it was. We're just doodling. Yo, Samuel Moore, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the Cash App. We're at 130 for today. 130 on the Cash App. Oh, hold on. I got some people in there. I didn't see some. Oh, hold up. My bad. I didn't see these in here. My bad. Let me get some more people in here. Samuel Harris, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the Cash App. And Mr. Big Boy Swagger, appreciate you. Thank you for the Cash Apps. All right, so we are at 175 for today. 175. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, guys. So, sacred geometry wheels, guys, they were just doodles. What do you think? Sacred geometry doodles, everybody. This is sacred geometry, but they were doodles. They were just doodling. The flower of life has been the ancient symbol, a sacred symbol in ancient Kemet. These symbols are on the walls in ancient Kemet. They didn't have no goddamn stonemason symbol tools. How did they put them on the wall? What were they trying to teach their apprentices when they were putting these symbols on the walls, on the temples and pyramids in Kemet? What were they teaching? Again, this is how they'll try to downgrade your science, everybody. They're trying to take you out of the game in history. They're really trying to take you out with their DNA bullshit, DNA science, their haplogroups, which can't possibly judge the ancient ancestry of a land because they don't have the ancient DNA of the people who live there. But they'll tell you, oh no, these are populated by pale skin, olive skin people. They had olive skin. Nigga, what the fuck is olive skin? I ain't never met no pale olive. You ever met a pale olive? I ain't never met a pale olive. Never. Not one time have I met a pale olive. But they'll tell you, oh no, it wasn't black people. Olive skin, man. Olive skin, buddy. You know, the color of an olive. Everyone was walking around green as fuck. You seen Osiris? They were the color of Osiris. Just green like a motherfucker. We're Incredible Hulk. We're a whole society of Incredible Hulks. I don't think that's what it meant. So, yeah, they're trying to destroy your history. They're really trying to take, and again, because they're dying. So the best way to pump yourself up is to, again, they're doing this with females. The best way to pump females up is to degrade males, right? This is what they're doing because they understand if you put them side by side in the same genre, women can't hold up physically to men, so they have to downgrade the man as a superhero in order to pump up the woman, right? When they understand that women aren't natural heroes. That's not a woman thing. It comes from the word Heru, the son of Isis and Osiris, right? But the women, why can't women be heroes? It's not a sexist thing. Heroism is a masculine male thing. Men think about saving women, babies, animals, property, no matter what it is. Men think about saving things. This is what men do. Men want to go out and save shit. Women want to save their families. Past that, women don't have a desire to go out and just be saving shit. Just saving niggas from getting hit by cars, saving niggas from drowning, saving niggas out of trees. Women ain't doing that. That ain't what women want to do. Fuck with a woman's child, then nigga, you got a problem. That's when you'll see the hero come out of a woman, when you fuck with their kids or their family. But beyond the family, that's where the woman's heroism stops. Mostly, not all, mostly. It's men who want to go out and help and save every goddamn thing. So this is where this shit fails. And the white people are trying to steal that model. They want to pump up themselves as they're dying by degrading the melanated God. Now, everyone's God. Everyone, let me just get that straight. Everybody's God. Everyone in the universe, all living things together. We collectively are God. But only those who know that will manifest the power of God. And so melanated people, we had this knowledge in the past. And then they've taken that information and they've dispersed it, torn it down, dispersed it, and spread it amongst the world. So we don't know that's who we used to be. But internally, we do still feel that. This is why you call yourself nigga. Nigga means God. Internally, you know that. But up here, you don't. In your soul, though, you know it. So they're full of shit with the old haplo groups, and they trying to take down this and do that. And blah, blah. Man, get out of here with your bullshit. You're not going to erase melanated people. We're on the wall. They'll come up here with their haplo group and this and that and tell you that you're not a part of ancient history. Sub-Saharan Africa. This is what they try to say, that only Sub-Saharan Africa was dark melanated. This is what they'll try to say. Above Sahara, above Sahara, this is the Mediterraneans, the light-skinned people, the olive-skinned people. Just like the universe just cut a land in half and make dark people on this side of the line and made light people on the other side of the line. It's the same land. Niggas, imaginary line in the road. But on this side of the imaginary line, everybody just ended up dark as fuck. On that side of the imaginary line, the sun, the same sun, we're under the same motherfucking sun. But on this side of the imaginary line, everybody was born pale. On this other side, everybody was born black as fuck. Like a motherfucking tar slick. Like a fucking church shoe. Church shoes and angels is what we have. We have church shoe niggers and angels. Like, nigga, y'all better get the fuck out of here. So moving along. Still in the science and the weird. Excuse me. A prehistoric discovery in Oregon mountains. A prehistoric discovery in the Oregon mountains may be older than Egypt's Great Pyramid and could rewrite human history. Uh-oh. Now, again, more and more stuff keeps coming out of how the Americas or civilization in the Americas are as old, if not older, than the civilizations that are over there in the continent of Africa, in Asia, and all the rest of those. So it's just gonna keep coming out. All right, so prehistoric discovery in the Oregon Mountains, older than Egypt's Great Pyramid, could rewrite human history. A prehistoric discovery in the Oregon Mountains could rewrite the story of the first people to live in North America. Archaeologists said a remote rock shelter known as Rimrock Draw may have been occupied by humans about 18,250 years ago, thousands of years earlier than scientists once believed the first Americans arrived. Now, again, I told you the Lenni Lenape said they've been here at least 15 years. Now, some say older than that, but will be roundabout agreed upon. What they say is 15,000 years. That's why they're Lenni Lenape, we the original people, right? So this says 18,250 years goes back, even more. It confirmed the site would rank among the oldest known places of human occupation in North America and date back to roughly 4 times the age of Egypt's Great Pyramid. 4 times. Now, it's the Great Pyramid is way older. Way older. They know that, but they don't know exactly when. They don't really know how much older, but they know the Great Pyramid is they'll say it's like 4,000 or 5,000 years old. Now, researchers, archaeologists and stuff who go beyond that, they'll say it's around 10,000, at least 10,000 years old. Now, they're saying this is 18,250 years old, which would at least make it 8,250 years older than even the most lenient archaeologist on the Great Pyramid would say. So the findings challenge the long-held theory that the continent's first inhabitants crossed an ice-free corridor from Asia around 13,000 years ago. Instead, they add to growing evidence that people may have reached North America much earlier. Reached? Okay. Likely traveling along the Pacific coastlines before the inland route became accessible. Right? They didn't come from Africa. No, Asia. The melanated people, the people over here in America didn't come from Africa. They didn't come from Africa. Everybody just remember, they didn't come from Africa. It was Asia. If you don't get your bitch ass out of here, they so full of shit. Researchers from the University of Oregon uncovered 2 finely crafted orange agate, the type of quartz stone tools beneath a layer of volcanic ash from an eruption of Mount St. Helens more than 15,000 years ago. Radiocarbon dating of extinct camel and bison tooth enamel found alongside the tools produced an age of about 18,250 years, suggesting the site was occupied far earlier than previously thought. Although the findings have yet to undergo peer review, they could dramatically reshape the timeline of when the first people arrived in the Americas. So y'all finally catching up. The knowledge is catching up with the melanated knowledge that we have. We know we've been here forever and ever. Like the homie Zoe. Shout out to the homie Zoe. Better be here boxing this week, man. We've been training him in boxing. But he has the term, the phrase, we're everywhereians. That's his term. He says we're everywhereians. No matter where you go, melanated people originated from that place. It doesn't matter where the fuck you go. We were here on this planet thousands of years before pale people showed up. Before that, the recessive gene reared its head in melanated people. Now, there were in ancient times melanated people and pale people living together in Kemet, in ancient Kemet. It shows in different groups. Yes, that happened. However, those non-melanated people, those pale people, came from the melanated people who were here first for 1,000 years. So they're trying to rewrite us, man. And they can do it if we don't know. Remember, they made up this history in the first place, which is why they're tripping over the Odyssey movie, which you're going to get into in a second. They're tripping over the new movie, The Odyssey, coming out with Lupita Nyong'o and all that shit. So they, again, winners, whoever wins the wars gets to write the history. That's the name of the game. You've heard that in history. You've heard that saying before. Whoever wins the war writes the history, no matter how fucked up and how wrong it is. And America, especially white America, has been going off the false history that their ancestors have created after killing off everybody else and stealing their shit. They had to write the good story, right? They had to write themselves, I am the white man and I can do anything, anything, anything. That's them. That's became movies. They had to sell you on the white man being God and great. And that's how they became big. That's how, you understand? That's how white men became big. Putting themselves in movies, being able to do anything and everything, no matter what, get shot by 100 bullets and still live and save the woman, save the world, beat the nigga, and beat the melanated villain who was mainly either Arab or African or melanated American. This is how they've boosted their stock in the world, is through movies. And then again, it's really a spell. It's magic. Because when you see something, then you in your mind say, oh, I can do that too, which is why records are always broken. When you see somebody else do something that was amazing, that no one else thought they could do, oh shit, I can do that shit too. And then you break the record in a certain amount of time. That's what happened with white people. White people weren't great at most of the shit in the history. Let's get that straight. Most of the shit came from melanated people that they got. We had civilizations thousands of years before they got here. However, if you put yourselves in movies and then put yourself in those places as doing all those great things, then your descendants, when they come up, they'll think, oh, we're the great God. We're the great ones. We're the gods. We did all of this shit. And there's no way you can separate them from that mentality when they see it over and over and over and over and over and over again in these movies. Them as the hero, the white blonde, blue-eyed guy is the hero, which is why they're pissed right now. But they're not going to erase us from history. Not going to let it happen. So, moving along. Yep, Hollywood magic, Hollywood bullshit, Hollywood dark magic. That's black magic when they try to make you think this is bullshit. Again, white people can do anything in movies. Think about that. The movies have made you think white people can do anything. Or the world anyway, not melanin. We know melanin people, we understand. But most of the world think that. Every goddamn hero pretty much is Caucasian. And then when you get a black hero, nigga's only athletic. He doesn't have any real super internal powers. Nigga's power is athleticism. The same as the regular nigga today. Right? They don't want melanated people to look. They understand. See is believing. Seeing is believing. They'll put themselves doing all this great shit in movies, but they can't put you doing all that great shit in movies. Why? Because then the young youth, the melanated youth, will see that, and then they will grasp hold of that. They will think, I can do great things. I can do just like they. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. They not having that shit. That's why melanated people aren't prominent in movies or as prominent as Caucasian people, because they know what seeing will do to the youth. Seeing is believing. So moving along. Oh, wait a minute. So this was the universe sent me this. And this is awesome. The universe sent me this, and this is awesome. Yo, real quick, everybody, make sure you keep the super chats and the cash apps coming, everybody. We're at, what I say, 165 for today, 165. Make sure you keep them coming, baby. Yes, movies are great. That's why I love movies. Movies are my first love in this world. My very first love is movies and TV. That is my shit. However, coming up and being conscious and, you know, in history and being conscious on history, and especially our history, melanated history, it has come to show, and but also having an education in movies, because I went through film school, it allowed me to marry those two and see what they were doing and how they were indoctrinating for the good their own people. That's what that does. Again, it's a spell. Seeing is believing. And when you believe, you can truly believe you can do something, you're pretty much going to do it. When you see, oh shit, that's what we can do. Well, shit, let's get it then. Let's get it. That's what happens when you see people who look like you do amazing things. You start to believe I can do that shit too. So that's how their conscious or their confidence was raised in the world, is through movies. Because they ain't really won a lot of wars. Think about it. Them niggas ain't beat a lot of motherfuckers. How many wars did they win in America? Not a lot. Lost the Korean War. Lost the Vietnam War. They'll say, we won the Iraq War. Okay. You just lost against Iran. You're losing against Iran. These niggas don't win a lot of wars. That's propaganda. That's bullshit. These niggas do not win a lot of wars. So they are propped up by the bullshit. So moving along, research from 2025. This is awesome. Make sure you guys get this. I got mine on the way right now. I did it. Wait, did it come? Hold on. Let me see. If I have it, hold up. So there was a new study done in 2025 that broke down hold on. Man, no, where'd it go? Where's my? Hold on, everybody. I gotta find the story. I can't find the story. Oh, here it is. I got it. I have it. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So this story comes out. Now this is awesome because I've done a lot of stories in the past breaking down microplastics, how they're finding microplastics in the brains of people. Enough microplastic to make in the brains when people die, they're finding enough microplastics in the brain to make a plastic spoon. They just broke down fish. Somebody just broke down. They just did online. They broke down fish that you get, wild fish that you get. They did a microscopic. They showed all the little microscopic plastic little fibers within the fish. I'm like, God damn. So no matter, you can't get away from it. Then they started to talk about how plastics were accumulating in your testicles in men and the ovaries in women. So they just did a study. Brandon Terry, appreciate you, brother. Got us to 175. Got us to 175 today, bro.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, brother. So There was a study that came out last year. I didn't even know this. This just came across my radar. Shout out to the radar because I'm connected. When you connected to the universe, stuff comes to you. And this came to me. So check this study out. Research update. Okra and fenugreek extracts remove most microplastics from water. You are made of water. You are 85% water. So check this out. This is crazy. The substances, excuse me, then it says fenugreek and okra polymers as treatment agents for the removal of microplastics from water sources. The substances behind the slimy streams from okra and the gel from fenugreek seeds could trap microplastics better than any commonly used synthetic polymer. Previously, researchers proposed, let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Here we go. Where we at? Oh, previously researchers proposed using these sticky natural polymers to clean up water. Now they report in ACS, which is the what is American Chemistry something society or something like that. That's what that's these people right here. They're like the American Chemistry something. So now they report in the AMC Omega that okra and or fenugreek extracts attracted and removed up to 90% of microplastics. Yo, just got mine. Y'all see that right there? This is organic from Mary Ruth's organic fenugreek extract right there. Again, removes up to 90% of microplastics in ocean water, salt water, which is what you are. Fresh water and groundwater. All water, basically, is what it's saying. Rajini Srinwada, I don't know that last name, and colleagues have been exploring non-toxic plant-based approaches to attract and remove contaminants from water. In one set of lab experiments, they found that polymers from okra and fenugreek tamarind sticks let me say that again. They found that polymers from okra, fenugreek, and tamarind stick to microplastics, clumping together and sinking for easy separation from water. The Srinivasan spoke, whatever that person's name, spoke about successful demonstrations of the plant extracts in freshwater and ocean water at ACS Spring in 2022. A meeting of the American Chemical Society, that's what that stands for, American Chemical Society. In this next stage of the research, they have optimized the process for okra and fenugreek extracts in various types of water. To extract the sticky plant polymers, the team soaked slices of okra pods and blended fenugreek seeds in separate containers of water overnight. Then researchers removed the dissolved extracts from each solution and dried them into powders. Analysis showed that the powdered extracts contain polysaccharides, which are natural polymers. Initial test in pure water spiked with microplastics showed that 1 gram of either powder in a quart, 1 liter of, showed that 1 gram of either powder in a quart a liter, 1 liter of water trapped microplastics the most effectively. Dried okra and fenugreek extracts removed 67% and 93% respectively of the plastic in an hour. So I might have got the wrong one. I might need to get the powder. I might need to get the fenugreek powder. But we're going to see. They said, I did the research, though. They said the extract works, too. But they did say, they said the extract works. But you have to go on and off with it. Dried okra and fenugreek extracts removed. I just read that. A mixture of equal parts okra and fenugreek powder reached maximum removal efficiency 70% within 30 minutes. The natural polymers performed significantly better than the synthetic commercially available acrylamide polymer used in water in wastewater treatment. Then the researchers tested the plant extracts on real microplastics polluted water. They collected samples from water bodies around Texas and brought them to the lab. The plant extract removed efficiently changed depending on the original water source. Okra worked best in the ocean water, 80%. Fenugreek in groundwater, 80 to 90%. God damn. So okra works best in ocean water. Fenugreek works best in groundwater, 80 to 90%. And the 1-to-1 combination of okra and fenugreek in freshwater, 77%. The researchers hypothesized that the natural polymers had different efficiencies because each water sample had different types, sizes, and shapes of microplastics. The polyacrylamide is currently used to remove contaminants during water waste treatment, but the researchers say that okra and fenugreek extracts could serve as biodegradable and non-toxic alternatives. God damn, y'all. Yo, Terrence David, thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
Got us to 186. Thank you, brother. I like round numbers though. So 185. We're gonna say 185. So people, get your stuff. As you can see, that is crazy. Fenugreek and okra extract powder. But they also said, again, I have the tincture. This is the tincture right here. Just got that. Bam, as y'all can see. Got the tincture. And they said that works also, but you got to go on and off with it because it's pretty powerful. Then you're right. Probably organ appeal in the okra. Oh, y'all talking about y'all talking in there. It says get a garden bed in the neighborhood and create one. Yes. This should be, people in the hood should be creating fenugreek and okra gardens. Since plastic is major in the hood right now, especially everywhere, this should be something that this should be like a community garden, fenugreek and okra. But this information needs to spread. So make sure you guys spread this information around about fenugreek and okra. Removes 90% of microplastics. 90. Get that shit going. Shout out to the universe for sending that one. The last thing I got in the science and the weird. This is crazy. This made me very happy. I don't know about y'all, but this made me extremely happy. Just saying. This made me so happy. So, says leg day at the gym. Sniffing chocolate before your workout could make it easier. Study claims. Chocolate make you stronger? Nigga, what? I'm all here for it, boy. I'm a chocoholic. Been back on my Deweys. I've been off my cleanse, everybody. So don't be talking shit about me. I'm back on my Deweys. Not a lot though. I've just been doing a little bit of Deweys, but I had to get my Deweys. I had to get some Deweys. Yo, Terrence David, thank you for the super chat. For the cash app, brother.
May the force be with you.
Got us up to 195. Also, oops, wait a minute. I think I missed somebody. And Gail Lowe, did I get you, Gail Lowe? I think I got you, Gail Lowe. So thank you. If I didn't, appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
So thank you. But so here we go. Wait, where's the article? So here we go. Forget pre-workout shakes. All you might need to smash your next workout is a whiff of chocolate. Scientists have discovered that simply smelling dark chocolate, only sniffing it, God damn, ooh, sniffing or smelling dark chocolate before lifting weights can help gym goers squeeze out significantly more repetitions without making the workout feel any harder. What? I'm about to take me a candy bar to the gym next week. I'm gonna test this shit straight up. I got dark chocolate in there right now. I am absolutely taking this shit to the gym and testing this. So it says, in the study, volunteers who sniffed dark chocolate before tackling leg extensions completed around 18 extra reps than those who smelled nothing at all. 18 reps? Do y'all understand how hard that is? Like when you're ready to give up on a rep, that's called muscle failure, right? And you should work till muscle failure. Let me just tell you, everybody, if you have more reps in your body, you're not doing enough. In order for your body to change, when you're lifting weights, it's not counting out 10 reps. It's not counting out 15 reps. You are supposed to work out to a muscle failure. Why are you supposed to do that? Because you have something called growth hormone within the body. And your body releases growth hormone, and that makes your body also not only makes your body muscles grow, it makes them stronger. And your body releases that when it feels that it's exerted enough energy or so much energy, but it still can't complete the job. So then you tell your body, oh, I need you to produce more of this chemical so that I can perform this job, right? So when you're lifting weights and you don't go all the way to your maximum potential, you're not telling the body, I need to produce more growth hormone. So your muscles don't get as big or as strong. When you only, if you have 15 reps in you, or so you have, or let's say you have 15 reps in you and you only did 10, you left 5 reps in the tank. And it should get hard on the last 2. Like the last, like if you're doing 14, if you're doing 10, it should get hard around 8. Like 8 should be like, oh my God. 9 should be like, you damn near should not be able to get it. And in 10, you should not be able to get 10. That means whatever reps you're doing, you should not be able to do the last one. That then signals the body that I need more growth hormone, right? So when it says that you have 18 extra reps, you're not exerting yourself to the full capacity in the first place. Now, having said that, if this does this and you reached muscle failure and this helps you crank out 18 extra reps, then god damn, that's some shit right there. But again, you have to put your body into muscle failure in order to change it. You have to put it into a drastic situation. Your body changes only, again, your body wants to do, it wants to save your life, keep your body, keep you alive, and do that in the most efficient way possible, right? It'll keep you alive while burning the least amount of energy. So you have to trick your body into expending the most amount of energy so that it'll change. It'll only change in a drastic environment. That's the only time your body will change. When it thinks that, oh shit, if I don't change, then I will die, or I will not be able to survive or do whatever I need to do. That's when your body will change. It has its own mind. Just so you understand, your body has its own mind away from you. You should understand this, because you don't tell your body to breathe, do you? You don't tell your body to pump blood. You don't tell your body to go to the bathroom. It does all of these things on its own, which means it has its own mind. So you then need to, your mind is battling your body's mind. Your body mind only wants to do what's good and easy. The least strenuous path. Least path of resistance, the path of least resistance. That's what your body wants to do. You want to make your body stronger. So you have to give it the path of most resistance. That's what you have. That's what you have to do. That was a little trainer tip from you guys. But here we go. So researchers believe the aroma tricks the brain into feeling fuller, allowing gym goers to focus more on exercise and less on hunger. Well, you shouldn't really be focused on being hungry when you're in the gym, but if you are, you should take a little protein shake before you work out so that you don't lose muscle also. The effect was so pronounced that even milk chocolate provided a performance boost, although not as much as its darker counterpart. So dark chocolate is good for you. Helps your heart. It helps your heart. Antioxidants. It's an anti-inflammatory. Dark chocolate is really good for you. And then the more you go, like 70% cacao, 80% cacao, that's when you get the most benefits from it. But it's good for your heart. Chocolate, yes, dark chocolate is good for your heart. Crazy, right? So this is why. So your body, I'm sure your body, when you sniff the dark chocolate, it understands, what's in the chocolate that heals your body. So it's sniffing it, it's smelling it. Experts say the findings highlight the surprising power of smell to influence both body and mind. Yeah, yes, it is. Senior author Dr. Mohammed, Nasruddin from the University of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur said exposing moderately trained men to chocolate odors right before and between sets of resistance exercise significantly increased their overall training volume without increasing their perceived exertion. They didn't get more tired. They were just able to do more shit. That's crazy. I'm testing it. Got a chocolate bar in the freezer right now. About to test that bitch. Got a chocolate almond bar in the freezer right now. So seeing a substantial increase in repetitions without athletes feeling like they were exerting themselves any harder is a fascinating psychological outcome. Yo, chocolate lovers unite. Chocolate lovers unite, goddammit. And this don't mean go out and just be a Fatosaurus Rex and just chocolate the fuck off, because chocolate does have a high fat content. So be aware of that. Dark chocolate does have a high fat content. So be aware of that. Don't just be, again, don't just be hamburgering off in this bitch. But chocolate does make you stronger. Even if it's a placebo effect. Hershey probably don't count. Hershey probably don't count. Hershey's got dark chocolate, don't they? Don't Hershey's got dark chocolate? Maybe it can be used for heavy physical activity. Yeah. It's not just, it's any exertive activity. Yes, it'll take your mind off of whatever the exertive activity is. Yes. So no matter what it is, if you're moving, if you're a mover and you're packing houses or apartments in the van or truck or whatever the hell it is, chocolate will make it better. The smell of dark chocolate will make it fucking better. Crazy. Aromatherapy in this bitch. Need black and silver. Pause. Wait a minute. He says dark chocolate. What did you say? Dark chocolate toy. What? Dark chocolate toy can damn bear eat as much as you want. What? Hey, y'all gotta write better in here. Dark chocolate toy can damn bear eat as much as you want. Can damn near. I think you mean damn near eat as much as you want. Dark chocolate, you can damn near, and that probably was you. So let's see if we can decipher this message. Dark chocolate, you can damn near eat as much as you want. I think that's what you meant. 100% cacao. That milk chocolate, not quite. No, milk chocolate is bad. Milk chocolate is bad for you, so don't do it. So everybody, make sure we hit the super chat. We at 195 for today, so make sure we keep hitting the super chats and the cash apps, everybody. So moving along in nigga news, here we go. So now let's get to the Odyssey thing. So white people, back to the Caucasians, trying to wipe melanated people out from history. This is a big thing. They're really trying to, and they're really pissed about Lupita Nyong'o as Helena Troy. It's crazy. They are going bad. Now they're going off on her because she came out and she said that the Odyssey was being. Now I think she did this to take the spotlight off of the racial side of it, because a lot of people was going, a black Athena, oh, there was never a black Athena, not Athena, but Athena too, a black Athena. That's being played by what's her old girl name from the Spider-Man movies, Zendaya, which the Greeks actually looked like her. The ancient Greeks and Mycenaeans and shit, if the majority of them looked like her. That's who they would look like. And they was like, I can't really see Zendaya as Athena. It's taking me out of it. You mean because she looks like the actual person who would have been Athena? So, but Lupita Nyong'o, in order to take the heat off the racial side of things, she came out and said that the Odyssey was told from a male perspective, didn't really focus on women. So now she took the feminist side of it, right? I think that was just so she can take the heat off the racist side. So they coming at her about that, but they still on the racist shit. I mean, they done made a million videos about her being Athena. I mean, Helena Troy. Goddamn, I keep saying Athena. Helena Troy. Oops, wait a minute. Actually, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, here it is. All right. So check it out. So how accurate is the Odyssey movie? Historical experts weigh in on. So Elon Musk then came out. So Gaylon Musk, this nigga's been Gaylon for the last few months. This nigga's Gaylon Musk. He then came out and started tripping about the supposed the inaccurate historical portrayals in the movie, right? Because he thinks all Greeks were white. Now, most white people, this is really not their fault. This is the mistelling of history by their ancestors. Again, the winners tell the story, tell the story, right? So their ancestors, because they stole and killed everybody, they made themselves out to be all these heroes and shit in history. And they these great people that did all this. Now, what was some white people did some shit in history? Absolutely. Everybody has done some things, some great things in their history. Everybody's at that. Now, but were the Greeks all these pale blonde skin, these pale blonde blue-eyed people? Absolutely not. But the history tells it that way. Modern history, really, ancient history doesn't. Modern history tells it that the Greeks were blonde and blue-eyed. These pale blonde blue-eyed motherfuckers. So that's what the recent ancestors or descendants of those people, that's what they're latching on to, thinking that all Greek was white, all Rome was white, all this and that type of stuff. So let's get into it. And Elon, he's been the biggest blaster, the bitch blaster the last couple weeks.
Dare to be the leader others are inspired to follow. In doing so, your gift to others will.
Tell me what you remember.
Oh, I can't. I don't want to show it. They may try to flag me on YouTube, so I'm not going to show it. But also in the movie is a transformer, a transformer that's 5'3", 5'2", actually, I think 5'2", weighs 105 pounds, and that person is supposed to be playing a soldier, a warrior soldier. Again, a transformer, 5'2", 105 pounds, playing an ancient, was it Spartan warrior, whatever the hell them motherfuckers are supposed to be. So here it goes. Christopher Nolan's adaptation of the Odyssey has sparked controversy before it even, hits the big screen in a row over historical accuracy. Ever since the film's trailer dropped last year, fans have been furious over the cast anachronistic language and American accents. Basically, instead of saying father, they're saying dad. They're using modern American shit, modern American lingo. Like, let's go. They wouldn't have never said that shit in ancient Greece. Let's go. My dad is on his way. They would never say my dad. Who the fuck talks like that? And they would have said my father. Again, more reverence. Again, so they're trying to make it for modern audiences, right? So it says Elon Musk, the trillionaire, owner of X, has even taken a nasty swipe at historian Tom Holland in a clash over the film's casting, with Musk calling Holland a cuck. But just how historically accurate is the Odyssey? According to experts on ancient Greece, Nolan's Hollywood adaptation has taken some pretty serious artistic license with the historical context. Most notably, historians point out the arms and armor worn by Odysseus, played by Matt Damon, and his fellow warriors are off by 7 to 8 centuries. These details are so far above. So now this goes, they don't want to deal with the racist part of it. That's really what this is about. They go into the historical language and the clothing and shit like that. So they're not going to try to deal with the language. Let's see. One of the biggest gripes that history buffs have taken with Nolan's cinematic rendering is that, oh no, that's Odysseus. Let me see if they talk about the. So this mostly is all about the clothing and armory and all that type of stuff. So they're not talking about the the backlash that Lupita Nyong'o is getting right now. So they're not talking about the backlash that she's getting. However, again, all these historians, these Caucasian people are coming out trying to say that, you know, it takes you out of it to have melanated people or black people in ancient Greece and in these prominent roles and positions in ancient Greece and all that, right? So it's because obviously we never were in ancient Greece, right? Nope, not us, not melanated people. So let me just show, hold on, let me see. Hold on, here we go. I'll show this one. Check this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the study of antiquity and the Middle Ages. As always, I'm your host, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined by a very special guest. I'm really excited to have them on this channel, a writer, a fellow history enthusiast who is pursuing history in the world of higher education, and I'm absolutely thrilled to...
Now, this person that's there, but now this video was done in 2021. This has nothing to do with this movie, but they're about to break down the Odyssey. This person is about to break down the Odyssey, or not all of it, but good parts of it, and who was really in it and where it came from and all that. And this is a Caucasian person. Now, again, this is done in 2021 before he even thought about doing this movie, The Odyssey. In 2021, he was still working on Oppenheimer. That's when Oppenheimer was getting ready to come out. He was still working on that movie. So he hadn't even thought about this movie, working on this movie. So this documentary right here, or this lecture, or what she's about to break down, has nothing to do with the movie. It just happens to coincide. Her information just happens to coincide.
Bring you this awesome mind who has written a variety of articles that have truly captured my attention to the point
Let me get to her. You don't have to pump.
130 articles published at junior and high school. And I currently, as of the time we're recording this, have 330 articles published on my website, many of them quite lengthy, dealing with complex historical issues. So for instance, my most recent article that I published is about the question of...
So this is this is a transformer, non-B, whatever.
Did Pythagoras really study philosophy in Egypt? This is a legend that is reported by the orator Socrates in the 4th century BCE. And so the article talks about, is this historical or is it just a myth? And so that can give you some, and I've written tons and tons of articles about different topics.
And before we begin, don't forget, check out the links in the video. Articles are very fascinating. They're made to where everyone can read it. And today is, were the ancient Greeks and Romans white? As we dive into this episode, when you hear the terms ancient Greece, ancient Rome, based on your imagination, your research, your thoughts, what comes to your mind?
That's a rather difficult question to answer because I've been studying and writing about Greece and Rome for so long that the list of things that come to mind when I think of ancient Greece and Rome is extremely long. But I think that what most people, the average person probably thinks of when they think of ancient Greece and Rome is probably Greek philosophy, Athenian democracy, classical architecture, classical sculptures, gladiators, and depraved Roman emperors, probably. I think there's a lot more to those civilizations than that, but I think those are some of the things that probably your average person would think of when they hear the terms ancient Greece and Rome.
And as we move towards the subject matter, that is the focus.
Oh, hold up, real quick. Wayne Hicks, bro, thank you, man. Appreciate you, bro.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you always hooking me up every week, man. I truly do appreciate you, bro. Absolutely. I'm gonna have to hook you up with a couple of deals. So get with me in class tomorrow. I'm gonna have to send you a couple of t-shirts. But appreciate you guys. We're almost there. We're at 290. We're at 290 with the swooping in of Mr. Dwayne Hicks. Appreciate you, brother. So let's get back to it. We're gonna watch a lot of this video because this person is breaking it down. Now, if you can't understand, you can't see, this person is a woman who believes they're a man. So let's get that off the straight. This person's a woman who wants to be a man. So let's get that out. Let's get that off on the table. Here we go.
Of this interview, my question for you is, for our audience today, would you define what is race?
So there's several different definitions of the word race that a person could take, and there are different terms that have been used in different cultures throughout history that have, in various cases, been translated as race. So, for instance, the ancient Greeks had the word genos, which meant a lineage, a family, a clan, or even sometimes a nation. And this word is often translated into English as race, but it denotes a somewhat different concept from what your average American probably thinks of when they hear the word race. And so, if we were to take a very broad definition of the word race, I would say it is a social construct that divides people into groups based on perceived ancestry and or external physical features. And this is not, most people assume that race is an immutable biological reality, but in reality, it's more of a social construct. And anthropologists for the past maybe 50 years or so have rejected the idea of biological race altogether. And the traits that are usually used to group people into so-called racial categories are extremely superficial, very arbitrary, and not even necessarily concordant, meaning the presence of...
It's a woman trying to be a man or a man trying to be a woman. But to me, I think it's a woman trying to be a man. But y'all, you can decide. It's game time decision. I don't know for sure. So, your guess is as good as mine. A Decepticon. Thank you. Who put this in there? Yep. That's basically what it is. It's a Decepticon, no matter what it is. It's a Decepticon, but the information is dope. So watch the information. Just pay attention to the information, not the person delivering it.
One trait doesn't necessarily indicate the presence of other traits. Arbitrary people into so-called racial categories are extremely superficial, very arbitrary, and not even necessarily concordant, meaning the presence of one trait doesn't necessarily indicate the presence of other traits. Furthermore, conceptions of race are not fixed over time or across cultures. So, for instance, in the United States today, we often think in terms of there being a white race, but there was absolutely no concept of a white race in ancient Greece or Rome. The Greeks and Romans had a concept of white as a color, but they didn't have a concept of white as a racial category. If you walked up to a random man on the streets of Athens in the 5th century BCE and asked him, "Are you white?" It would probably make about as much sense to him as if you asked him, "Are you olive?" Furthermore, as strange as it may seem to us, the ancient Greeks and Romans often associated skin color less with race and more with gender, because in those times it was darker skin was associated with men and paler skin was associated with women, because men were expected to work outside and get.
So did you hear that? So men were portrayed darker in Greece, and women were portrayed lighter because they were supposedly in the house while the men was outside working.
Less with race and more with gender, because in those times it was darker skin was associated with men and paler skin was associated with women, because men were expected to work outside and get tanned, and women were expected to remain indoors and remain pale. And so Greek and Roman artists actually sometimes use skin color as an artistic convention to demarcate gender, as strange as this may sound. So if you look, for instance, at Roman frescoes from the city of Pompeii, in the vast majority of them, the men are portrayed as very dark-skinned and tanned, while the women are portrayed as very pale and white. And this isn't because the men and women are supposed to be of different races, but rather because that's an artistic convention that the artists use to...
Look at that hair. What white motherfucker you know with hair like that? What white person you know with hair like that? That ain't straight hair.
Kate,
well, real quick, bro. Bro, the LYs. Appreciate you, brother.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, brother.
Furthermore, it's important to note that even in the United States, conceptions of race have changed over time. So, for instance, even 100 years ago, many Anglo-Americans didn't consider Greek and Italian immigrants to be fully white.
Greeks and Italians weren't white when they first got over here. But apparently, though, right now, though, when you put Lupita Nyong'o as Helena Troy, oh hell no, that's crazy.
a lot of times Greek and Italian immigrants were referred to by very hateful ethnic slurs, which I won't repeat here. And they were sometimes targeted by racial violence. So for instance, one of the largest mass lynchings in United States history was a lynching of 11 Italian men in New Orleans on the 14th of March, 1891. And one of the organizers of that lynching was a guy named John M. Parker, who later went on to become the 37th governor of Louisiana. And in 1911, he said that Italians are, quote, just a little worse than the outdated.
Little worse than niggas. You want to say the outdated word for black people. Niggas, I'll say it. Italians are worse than niggas, is what he said. Oh, shit. Okay.
Word for black people. Being, if anything, filthier in their habits, lawless and treacherous, unquote. And then a 1909 op-ed in the Omaha Daily News describes Greek people saying, quote, they have insulted women. Greeks are a menace to the American laboring man, just as the racial slur for Japanese people, Italians, and other similar laborers are, unquote. And there was this was written in the context of, there was a major pogrom against Greek people known as the Greektown Riot on the 21st of February, 1909, which lasted for 7 hours, in which a racist mob burned the entire Greek quarter of South Omaha, assaulted Greeks and other olive-skinned minorities, displaced the entire Greek population.
And they keep saying olive-skinned minorities. Ain't no such thing as an olive-skinned minority. See, this is the bullshit they pull with you. Ain't no olive skin. Stop that shit. There's no such thing as a person with the color of olive skin or the skin the color of an olive. Absolute bullshit. And they keep saying that. Try to obfuscate. That means dark-skinned person, melanated person.
And killed at least one person. And then the Ku Klux Klan was also anti-Hellenic. A Ku Klux Klan propaganda card from 1924 has a racist poem describing what they envisioned as the worst possible scenario.
Yo, real quick, that's not true. Don't be shitting on Lupita like that. Lupita, she was with Sal Masekela for like years. Y'all know who Sal Masekela is? Sal Masekela is the brother who was the host of X Games. He had the braids and stuff. He bald now. I think he was losing his hair and they cut his hair off. But he met Lupita on a plane. He shot his shot, and they was together for years. They just broke up not too long ago, maybe a couple years ago. Maybe he couldn't handle her fame or whatever. So when she started blowing up from the X-Men movie, the Marvel movies and shit, he probably couldn't. Who knows? He probably couldn't really handle it. She started blowing the hell up, but she was with her brother for years. So stop, don't you shit on Lupita. Lupita she like that melanated she love melanated Let's go. Here we go.
For the United States, and in it, among other things, they say, quote, a Greek is elected president, unquote. And this is all obviously just horribly racist stuff, but it's important to recognize that our modern conceptions of race have changed quite a bit.
And when you think about these pogroms that they had in the riots, they're really not that long ago. And in that brief, short of a time, our concept of race has changed even more. And so it's really good that you brought that up. And so when it comes to your article, when it comes to the ancient Romans, the ancient Greeks, does the modern concept of race even have a place in ancient history?
It's complicated because the Greeks and Romans did not think of themselves as white. And so the
Greeks and Romans did not think of themselves as white. Huh.
We should not assume that the Greeks and Romans are thinking in terms of modern racial categories, but it can, in some circumstances, be important to think about how our understandings of race are influencing maybe the way that we think about ancient Greece and Rome. So, for instance, there is this widespread portrayal of ancient Greece and Rome as white civilizations. And if you watch Hollywood movies, they routinely portray the Greeks and Romans as all white. And so this is something that is, I think, influenced by our modern way of thinking about race. And it's important to recognize that this is not an accurate conception. It's important to note that the ancient Greeks and Romans were in contact.
Also the Etruscans, watch this.
With darker skinned peoples from outside of Europe from a very, very early date.
They were in contact with darker skinned peoples outside of their region from a very early date. Yeah. No crap. Africa was right there. They're right there next to each other.
In fact, there are Egyptian trade goods that have been found in Greek tombs dating to the Mycenaean era in the 2nd millennium.
The Mycenaeans. Oh, melanated people. Yeah.
BCE, which is the earliest period of Greek history where we know the Greek language was being spoken. And the Greeks had a word for that is roughly translatable into English as a black person, and that is Aethiopes. And the
Aethiopes, Ethiopian, really means burnt. It means black or burnt. Aethiopes means burnt. Just so we're clear, it's not a term of endearment. It means burnt. Aethiopes means burnt. So it's not regular black. It ain't brown. It ain't copper. When they say Aethiopes, they mean burnt shoe, church shoe black nigga. Let's be clear. Aethiopes means burnt. And they didn't call themselves that. They were Abyssinian. So the Greeks called them Aethiopes, which meant burnt, but they called themselves Abyssinians.
Aethiopes are mentioned near the very beginning of Book 1 of the Odyssey.
Oh, Ethiopians are mentioned at the very beginning of Book 1 of the Odyssey. Holy shit. Really? White motherfuckers? Wasn't no black people in Greece in the Odyssey? Get the fuck out of here. These white motherfuckers, man. They ain't happy that they're going down the tubes. Nigga. White people were everywhere in history. No, you weren't. You are a recent addition to history, motherfuckers, as far as being in power. So again, Aethiopes was mentioned at the very beginning of the Book of the Odyssey, is what he just said. Or
as a pious people among whom, and near the very beginning of Book 1 of the Odyssey, as a pious people among whom the gods can visit.
They're mentioned at the very beginning of the Odyssey as a pious people, meaning very spiritual people. The Ethiopians are very spiritual. They'll say religious. And some Ethiopians are very religious with Jesus and Christ and all that. A lot of the Christianity came from Ethiopia. So there's that.
There's a description of Poseidon visiting the Ethiopians, and they appear fairly frequently in Greek mythology. So the princess Andromeda in the story of Perseus is said to have been an Ethiopian princess.
Yes, Andromeda in the Greek mythology story of Perseus, Clash of the Titans, the one who Perseus is fighting for. Have you ever seen Clash of the Titans? First, one of my favorite movies of all time. Shout out to Harry Hamlin. But Perseus, Andromeda, he was fighting for Andromeda. Andromeda was Ethiopian. She was Abyssinian. So then who was her mama? Because in the movie, she got this damn pale ass mama too. Right? So who was the mama and who was the daddy? Who's the mama and who the real daddy of Andromeda, the Ethiopian, the Abyssinian? Again, in the Odyssey.
And the character of Memnon in the legend of the Trojan War is said to have been the king of the Ethiopians.
Oh yeah, there weren't no black people also in the Achilles story, right? So Memnon, so you have Agamemnon. If you've seen Achilles, you have Agamemnon, and then you have Memnon. Memnon, actually, I think they were mixing up the characters, but I think wasn't Memnon played by Kenneth Branagh or whatever? Kenneth Branagh, no, what's homeboy name? The dude who played the first Incredible Hulk. What's homeboy name? Is it Branagh? Damn it, I forgot homeboy's name. Whoever remember they fought, who Brad Pitt fought, and he was the best warrior in Troy. That's supposed to be Memnon, I think. That motherfucker was supposed to be African. Because in the true story, Memnon came to help out Troy when they were being raided by Agamemnon's men. So Agamemnon is the person who raided Troy. Memnon is the person who helped Troy when they were getting raided. And Memnon was an Abyssinian. He was Ethiopian. No, not Lou Ferrigno. Eric Bana. Thank you. No, is it Eric Bana? Yeah, Eric Bana. Thank you. Eric Bana. Yes. So in the story, Achilles kills Memnon, the African. The Greek motherfucker kills the African in the story, right? All right, yeah. And Memnon was known as the greatest warrior in all of Africa. But Achilles killed him. Okay, whites. See how they pump themselves up? I am the white man and I can do anything, anything, anything. I can even kill the greatest warrior in Africa. This with our white warrior. Okay.
And there was actually an epic poem known as the Aethiopica, which was about, or in part about Memnon and his role in the Trojan War. And
he played Hector. He played Hector. All right.
There were people.
All right, so I'm off. But Achilles killed Memnon in the story. Achilles killed Memnon, and Memnon was the Ethiopian warrior who came to help Troy when they were raided by Agamemnon. So you got Memnon and Agamemnon, but Memnon was the African warrior who was raided. So I ain't seen the movie. I ain't seen that movie since it came out, because I can't look at Greek motherfuckers. I can't watch Greek motherfuckers act like they the greatest warriors in the history of the world and shit. So I seen that movie once, maybe 1.5 times. So I don't remember it that well, but so Eric Bana played Hector. All right, my bad.
Of non-European Aethiopica, which was about is said to have been an Ethiopian princess. And
hold on, let me go back.
Of book 1 of the Odyssey as a pious people among whom the gods can visit openly. There's a description of Poseidon visiting the Ethiopians, and they appear fairly frequently in Greek mythology. So the princess Andromeda in the story of Perseus is said to have been an Ethiopian princess, and the character of Memnon in the legend of the Trojan War is said to have been the king of the Ethiopians. And there was actually an epic poem known as the Aethiopica, which was about, or in part about Memnon and his role in the Trojan War. And there were people of non-European ancestry living in Greece and Rome throughout most of Greek and Roman history. And some of them actually became quite famous. We know that there were philosophers, church fathers, orators, even Roman emperors who were of non-European ancestry, many of whom were fairly dark skinned. So for instance, the philosopher Zeno of Kition is very famous as the founder of Stoicism, which is a really popular philosophical school right now. It's having kind of a huge fad. But interestingly, the 3rd century CE biographer Diogenes Laertius records in his Lives and Opinions of Eminent Philosophers 711 that Zenon was he describes him as having been of Phoenician ancestry, and he actually says that he was noticeably dark skinned.
Of Phoenician ancestry and of notably dark skin, you Phoenix Moors. Again, how long have I been telling you? You are the Phoenix Moors, you're the Dragon Moor, you are those people. Start remembering people, please. You are those people. So the Phoenicians were dark skinned.
And Diogenes Laertius was basically a philosophy fanboy. He wasn't really a critical scholar. So a lot of times you have to take what he says with a grain of salt. But in this particular instance, he cites a work written by Chrysippus of Soloi, who was a student of Cleanthes, who was a student of Zenon. And so you would think that Chrysippus would have some idea of what Zenon looked like and where he came from. And then another example is Publius Terentius Afer, who is known in English generally as Terence, and he was one of the earliest authors in the Latin language for whom we have any complete writings. He was a comedic playwright, and he's actually believed to have been a member of the Afri, who were an Amazigh tribe in North Africa in the region around Carthage, in what's now Tunisia. And he seems to have been captured at a young age and taken to
Carthage, talking about Hannibal and them.
Italy as a slave, but he eventually managed to acquire his freedom and become a really famous playwright. And he's seen as one of the founders of Latin literature. And then we have Roman emperors who came from North Africa. So the Emperor Septimius Severus, who was the founder of the Severan dynasty.
Severus, everybody know he was black. You breaking it off.
He was born in the city of Leptis Magna in what is now Libya. And his mother was of Italian ancestry, but his father was of Punic ancestry and possibly also Amazigh ancestry.
So Amazigh, he said Punic, that would be the African in the Punic from the Punic Wars. Africans, the Punic Wars was the war against the wars against Rome against Africa. Those are the Punic Wars. So he's saying his dad was Punic, which means African. And then he's using all these code words. And then he says Amazigh. Amazigh, you spell the word here. The word is AMAZIGHZ. Wait a minute. AMAZIGH. That's what it is. So Amazigh, AMAZIGH, Amazigh. It means somebody who's from West Africa. Is a Moor. An Amazigh person is somebody from Northwest Africa. That's a Moor. They'll say they're Berber. But a Berber is just a language. The people over there were Moors. Even though Moor is not a people either. That was just the way they described their skin. But That's what Amazigh means. So when he says, when this, whoever it is, whatever that thing is, no, I'm just kidding. Whatever it is, she or he says that the father was Punic and Amazigh, that means African, and then also Northwest African. Both of them are African, but they're using different terms to describe the parts of Africa. Punic was like East Africa, and then or Middle Africa, North Africa, somewhere around there, and then the Amazigh was the Moors, Western North Africa. So the Odyssey, and all the Caucasian people who are pissed about the Odyssey, you better do your history. Moors were everywhere. We are everywhereans, as the homie Zoe says. We are everywhereans. We started all this shit. And then go back and look up ancient and modern Britons. We were the Picti. We were all of that. They call it the blue, the Picti who painted themselves blue. No, they didn't paint themselves blue. They were melanated. It was blue black. You ever heard the term blue black? Nigga, you blue black. Nigga, you so black, you blue black. You ever heard that term? Those were the Picti. Painted themselves. That's where you get the word picture. The word picture comes from the word Picti. Them people, the indigenous inhabitants of Britain. I want to show y'all this though. Check this out. Actually, I forgot. So this is the Philippines. This is a girl who was on a podcast in the Philippines. Speaking of everywhereans. Make sure you guys hit the cash out. We still have to get to the goal. We're almost there. Somebody hit me up. We're almost there. Appreciate you guys for all the donations. So check this out though. Where they act like that we're not indigenous, the forefathers and mothers of everywhere on this goddamn planet. I want to show you this. Hold up. Oh, it's down here somewhere. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, here it is. So check this out. It's real quick too. Watch. This is on the Eddie Lee or whatever his name is, something Lee podcast he got with the white guy.
Are there black people in the Philippines?
Yeah, our native people.
What do you mean?
You're saying people native to the Philippines?
Yeah.
Are there black people in the Philippines? She says, yeah, our native people. Now, talked about these people being the originators. These are the forefathers of Asians. They're the Negritos, right? We talked about this before. They're called the Negritos, little niggas with afros and slanted eyes. Those are the forefathers of Asians in Asia, right? So check this out.
Are there black people in the Philippines?
Yeah, our native people.
What do you mean?
You're saying people native to the Philippines?
He laughed. Did you see how he laughed? This motherfucker laughed. He really fucking like belly laughed. Like, nigga, that's insane. Black people are indigenous to what? Yes, dumbass. So again, watch this.
There are black people in the Philippines.
Yeah, our native people.
What do you mean?
You're saying people native to the Philippines?
Yeah.
She does look black.
There's negritos.
No, whoa.
Look, go back. Watch this.
What do you mean?
You're saying people native to the Philippines?
Yeah.
Bam. Those are the natives of the Philippines, right there. Look at her with that afro. These women know, the Filipinos know. They know they come from black people. This is why, if you ever any brother ever been with a Filipino, you know Filipinos love Filipino women love niggas. If you any dude, any brother who's been with a Filipino chick, y'all know Filipino chicks love niggas. Straight up. Most of the Asian countries who are melanated, they love black people. The Asian countries who are pale, they love white people. They worship white people. It's crazy. The melanated Asians really love black people. The pale Asians really love Caucasian people. They're their gods. They worship them as gods. And it's insane. So again, here we go.
What do you mean?
She's saying people native to the Philippines.
Yeah.
She does look black.
There's negritos.
Whoa.
What?
Little black person.
He thinks it's a derogatory term, which it kind of is.
Well, that's for Spanish. It would be.
Yeah.
No, that's our native people.
Wait a minute. The name is negrito.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's used to mean little black person.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So you do have indigenous black people that live in
The Philippines.
the Philippines.
They are little. They're tiny. They're like pygmy size. They're really small. 4 feet. They 4 feet, 5 feet, really under 5 feet. They're really small.
Are you friends with any of the indigenous people growing up? No, why not?
Why not?
They live in other islands.
They live in the other islands. Right.
South Central.
He said they live in the other islands, like South Central. So real quick. Man. This shit. So if you've seen the movie Ong Bak, that's that martial arts movie with Tony Jaa, that's how he got famous. It's called Ong Bak. Somebody stole a Buddha head, and his whole mission in the movie was to get back the Buddha head. Now, that's a derogatory term, you know, when you heard over here Buddha head. But the Buddha head was a nigga that he kept trying to get back. The Ong Bak was that was the name of the Buddha head, Ong Bak, and had the big ass flat nose, big ass lips, fucking curly ass tight, that tight curly hair. That was a nigga. Most Buddha statues are niggas. The tight curls on their hair, shit. They know they come from niggas. They can see it, but the pale Asians, they don't like it because the Caucasian man came over there and conquered their land. I was watching martial arts. I've been in martial arts movies. Shout out to the Kung Fu movie. I've been on my Kung Fu movie shit this week. You understand me? Fucking Shaolin versus Lama, Shaolin Temple, Shaolin, the 10 Shaolin brothers, the 7 Shaolin Claw. I mean, I've been on my shit. I've been watching martial arts movies every goddamn day. On serious, I've been on my Kung Fu martial arts back to the 70s and 80s when I was a kid. I was watching the goddamn movie, one of the Kung Fu movies, and they had a white dude in it. They had a white dude in the motherfucking movie, right? I'm like, why is this blonde? And he's blonde. He looked like motherfucking Magnum PI. He's a big, tall, white motherfucker, blonde hair with the blonde mustache, like Magnum PI. And he was the Emperor's second in command. You know who he was portraying? Marco Polo. The white man in the movie, in the martial arts movie, was portraying Marco Polo. And this was the time of the Qing and the Mings. So the Mings were the original people over in China, and then the Qings, the Manchus, they came and tried to take them over. So this is the war. They're showing the war between them two. And so this is the Manchu emperor, whatever. He had Marco Polo as his right man, his second in command. Now, the real Marco Polo is Italian. Dark hair, dark skin, all that type of shit. That's the real Marco Polo, Italian. And he was second in command over there in China. And he stole a whole lot of the Chinese shit and took it back over to Western culture, Europe. And that's how Europe became all on textiles and colors and all that type of shit, right? Because Marco Polo stole that shit and took it back over to him, or introduced Europe to, Asian culture, right? Now, in the movie, this motherfucker was evil as fuck. They kept trying to capture the Shaolin people, the Chinese people who were fighting back. They were scouting out Shaolin. Some Shaolin because they were taking down the Shaolin temple, but there were Shaolin refugees everywhere. So they were trying to capture the Shaolin refugees, and so they were scouting out this place where they thought the Shaolin people were. So this nigga had the people go in and kill all these people. I mean, he was the mastermind of all the shit, right? So when it got down to it, it was a woman inside the temple wherever they were and stuff like that. So when they finally got down to it, Marco Polo, he infiltrates the place, right? And I'm like, how the fuck is this big, tall ass white motherfucker with blonde hair and blue eyes walking around these goddamn Asian temples and nobody see his bitch ass? Nobody can see. This nigga's able to sneak around the temple with no mask on, no clothing whatsoever. I'm like, this is some bullshit. This is white supremacy like a motherfucker. Like this is the Asian playing into white supremacy. So while they're doing all this shit, he's masterminding the whole plans and all that type of shit, right? So finally, when it gets down to it, it comes down to the plan being executed, and then a girl, one of the girls who was in the hiding place, she sacrificed herself. She sacrificed herself because when she saw Marco Polo and she knew the men were going to come and raid the place, she was like, I can't go with you guys. So she kind of killed herself. And then the Marco Polo ran over to her and was like, why did you do that? And then she looked up, she said, because you good man, and died. Like, nigga, that's why he a good man. He masterminded this whole shit. And just because the nigga white, he a good man, and nigga dies, right? So then the plan that this motherfucker has instituted, right? He done got all the goddamn armies that make the army, the emperor army, to come in and try to kill all these motherfuckers, these Shaolin refugees, right? So they raid the place. This motherfucker standing back. So what happened? No, he didn't stand back. So what happened was they take this nigga, he goes off, they take him, and then they capture him and act like he's a captive, right? They act like he's a captive. So he tells them, yo, take me, you can take me, maybe I can work something out or whatever. So while they taking him and they're on the way back, they meet up with the goddamn warriors, right? They meet up with the motherfucking warriors so he don't stop and tell the warriors, don't kill the Chinese refugees. He don't say that. He's captive. He just sit back and watch the warriors take out all the Shaolin people except one. One of the ones made it, right? And so then Marco Polo, he lives, right? The white motherfucker lives at the end. He lives, and then they act like, I'm like, wait a minute. The white motherfucker, he instituted the whole shit. He was the mastermind behind the whole shit. He planned all of the shit, killed a whole bunch of Asians, and then because when he was in the place, the Asian girl stabbed herself, and just because he was white, you are good man. You are good man. Oh, she just dies. I'm like, this ain't some indoctrinating bullshit. The white man who was behind every fucking thing all of a sudden turns out to be the hero of the fucking movie, while everybody dies except him. Motherfucker, I am the white man and I can do anything. I'm telling you, that is that shit right there. It pissed me off. I was watching that movie, I was pissed. I was motherfucking pissed. I was like, get the fuck out of here. This nigga institute, he is the creator mastermind behind all of it. He was even telling the emperor what to do. The emperor didn't even call the emperor sir or nothing like that. The Asians were calling him Lord in the movie. The emperor, though, didn't call him like his subservient. He didn't even call the emperor my master or Lord or nothing like that. Every Asian in the movie was calling the white man Lord. I'm like, look at this bullshit. So, man, I want to hear this bullshit. It got me hot. When I was watching this goddamn Kung Fu movie, got me pissed. You understand me? Oh, I was pissed. Holy shit, man. Fucking pissed me off. Yeah, Tom Cruise. Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot this. Oh, I had this. Thank you for reminding me. This is the list, because they be always talking about white people or the roles being reversed, being race swapped, right? This is what they always say. The roles are being race swapped. You're taking straight white men out of the roles. It's being race swapped, right? And Lupita Nyong'o, because they said Helena Troy was beautiful enough to start wars. That's not Lupita Nyong'o. She's not beautiful enough to start a war, right? All right, okay. So check this out. These are all the roles in history, in movie history, where white people have played people who weren't white. So this is the beginning of the 20th century. This is 1937. It was a movie called Olan, where portrayed by Luis Rayner, a white person, played an Asian, a Chinese person. Luis Rayner, again, won an Oscar for the role, playing a Chinese man. Right? Okay. Then the movie called Dragon Seed, 1944. Katharine Hepburn, she played a Chinese woman. in the movie Viva Zapata. That's the movie where they said, "Botches? We don't need no stinking botches." You ever heard that phrase? That's from the movie Viva Zapata, I think. I think it's from that one. It might be from another movie. But in that movie, that was Marlon Brando playing the Mexican. Okay. That was 1952. In 1956, Genghis Khan was portrayed by John Wayne. Okay. Keep it moving. A Touch of Evil in 1958. Charlton Heston played the Mexican governor. Charlton Heston. Okay. Keep it moving. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Mickey Rooney played a Japanese man. Mickey Rooney, little white motherfucker, played a Japanese man. Okay. Let's keep it moving. In the movie West Side Story, Natalie Wood played a Mexican. Okay. Or no, excuse me. Natalie Wood played, Puerto Rican, not Mexican, Puerto Rican. Sorry. And then the movie Othello, Laurence Olivier played a Moor in black makeup. This motherfucker was in blackface playing a Moor in the movie Othello. Okay, let's keep it going. Moving on up. The movie The Wind and the Lion, 1975. Sean Connery played a Moroccan, another Moor. Sean Connery played a Moor. He also did that in the movie Highlander. Played an Egyptian in Highlander. In the movie The Year of Living Dangerously, 1982, Linda Hunt played a Chinese Australian woman. In The Kiss of the Spider Woman, 1885, William Hurt played a Latino Afro-Brazilian. William Hurt, the whitest of the white motherfuckers you can ever get, played an Afro-Brazilian. Nigga, what the fuck are we talking about here? Race swapping. I don't want to hear no shit. If you don't call out none of this shit, I don't want to hear no shit about no race swapping. Keep it going. Kung Fu, the movie, starred David Carradine. Supposed to be Bruce Lee. White motherfucker. Didn't know anything about martial arts. Supposed to be Bruce Lee. Okay. Then, keep it moving, modern era, 2001, A Beautiful Mind, Jennifer Connelly. She played an El Salvadorian. A Mighty Heart, Angelina Jolie. This is 2007. Angelina Jolie played an Afro-Cuban. Fuck. Keep it going. See, I got motherfucking receipts, bitch. Let's keep it going. In the movie Stuck, 2007, Mira Sorvini, or Savari, Mina Savari, she played, hold on. Oh, no, that's the same movie. Oh, Stuck movie, Savari, African American. The white chick, Mina Savari, played an African American woman. And in the movie 21 in 2008, Jim Sturgis, he played an Asian American, a Chinese person. In 2012, Ben Affleck, in the movie Argo, he played a Mexican American. Oh, and then Michael Jackson, 2017, Urban Myths, portrayed by a white British actor. Michael Jackson was played by Joseph Fiennes. Michael Jackson was played by a white man, Joseph Fiennes. Then we get to 2010, The Prince of Persia, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, better known as Jake Gyllenhaal, but Ari in Entourage called him Jake Gyllenhaal. I can't never call him anything else but Jake Gyllenhaal from now on. But the movie goes, it keeps going on and on and on. These are all these damn movies. Now you ain't heard nothing about race swapping with these motherfucking movies. Nobody, you don't hear nothing about that shit. The King to conquer had to be changed. Ain't no wood was in ancient Egypt. No, King in the cartoons is black. And his girlfriend is black in the cartoon, in the Avenger cartoons that came on in 2010. King is actually black. That's why they made him black in the movies, because he's black in the cartoon. So I'm just saying, white motherfucker, shut the fuck up. Moving along, did LeBron James make a deal with the devil, a sacrifice deal with the devil? And is that why that the reason he doesn't want to retire? Because there's a reason. It's the main reason. It's a major reason. LeBron James, this nigga is staying on. He holding on, ain't he? This bitch ass nigga is holding on. Like, if he quits, the contract is up. The bill is due. And when you make these, these ritualistic deals and all that type of shit, usually a sacrifice is due. I think that's what actually happened to Kobe, but the rituals were being worked by his wife on him. She had some animosity towards him. She was friends with the Kardashians and all that type of stuff. And they was into that stuff, allegedly. Gotta say allegedly, but they was into that witch stuff, Wicca, and all that type of stuff. I think she worked a spell to get Kobe out, and her karma was that her daughter got caught up in it. She didn't intend that, her daughter, but her karma that she put out, because she did that to Kobe, her karma was her daughter was also involved, got caught up. That's what I think would happen to Kobe. But that ritual, it had to be a major ritual because it stopped the world. So a lot of people were involved. And some people think, one of them, me, is that LeBron was involved. Because the night before Kobe got taken out, he had Kobe's number on his shoes. Because that's the night he passed Kobe on the all-time scoring list. So he walks into the gym, into the game, where he's going to pass Kobe in Philadelphia, right? He's going to pass Kobe in Philly. A calculated thing, too. This is just make sure this is calculated. He wanted to pass Kobe in Philly because he wanted to try to pass Kobe in status in Kobe's hometown. LeBron is trying to take Kobe's life. He's trying to steal Kobe's energy, but he's not as good. He's not as powerful. So he can't do it. So no matter what he does, he looks like Bizarro Kobe. He looks like Timu Kobe, right? So the night before, again, the night he had that game where he passed Kobe, he had Kobe on his shoes, right? He had Kobe on his shoes. Then Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, which is KCP, who was on the team, when he showed up for the game, he had a jersey of Kobe. He had a jersey with Kobe on the front, but it wasn't Kobe. It was a skeleton. So his t-shirt, it wasn't a jersey, it was a t-shirt of Kobe in a Lakers jersey. But Kobe was a skeleton burning up in flames. This is the night before the plane. This is the night before the helicopter crash. He had Kobe on his shirt. Kobe was a skeleton. It wasn't Kobe. It was a skeleton, but you knew it was Kobe because the skeleton was wearing a number 24 jersey doing like this in flames. He was all engulfed in flames. That was the night. Who gave KCP that shirt? Somebody styled his ass before that game. Somebody gave him that shirt to be seen in. He didn't pick that shirt. Somebody gave him that fucking shirt. Then I didn't even notice this because I didn't watch that game that night. There was a mamba. It was not a mamba, but there was a snake on the floor, broken up. Right before the mamba dies, the next day, that night, and within hours of the game, because it wasn't even Kobe died with that game was that night. Kobe died in the morning, so it was in 12 hours. Within 12 hours of the game, Kobe died. They had a broken up snake on the floor. Why would Philly have a snake on the floor? Nothing about snake symbolism matches Philadelphia 76ers. Nothing whatsoever. So let's watch this. Here we go. This is some crazy shit. Y'all got to see this. I was like, oh, this dude, he was breaking off. Homeboy was really breaking it down too. Watch this.
Very true statement.
This dude
sounds just like the record, don't it? That's because what is up, YouTube? I just like you, man. Hey, why? He should, man. He been playing for.
one of the biggest question marks that we've seen throughout LeBron James' career is what is this hand signal, demonic ritual looking stuff that he did before games for years, right? And this story is coming back up because LeBron is supposedly about to be on a new team in the NBA, which will be what, his fourth team? And he's in his early 40s, and people are wondering, why would he not retire? And a lot of people have this belief that LeBron won't retire because he owes a sacrifice, some type of blood sacrifice to demonic entities. Ooh. And when we see these videos of LeBron doing the hand signs and throwing up sixes and different things like that, it brings us back to that conversation, which is like, what was that? And why was that never addressed by LeBron? What is that actually? What are you really doing here? Right? And you guys can see it in this video. It is weird and it's not normal. We don't see that from every NBA player. We don't see them doing these hand signs. But it's not just that. As LeBron has aged and played for the Lakers, in the recent years, we've seen LeBron on the sideline with this dude, Jimmy Goldstein, who nobody seems to know anything about. I've done a little bit of research on this guy. And you see the funny comment there where he said he's trying to ignore it. LeBron trying to ignore the dude who's on the sideline. And people have made this, assertion that LeBron James owes a blood sacrifice. He won't retire.
Pay attention to this guy. Pay attention to this guy, Goldstein. Again, we got the Khazarians involved. Pay attention to this dude, Goldstein.
Because these evil entities have allowed him to succeed for so many years and so long that, once he retired, he owes them something.
Yeah.
And
your soul.
On a surface level, there's a scripture in the Bible that says things of the spirit sound like foolishness to people that are not of the spirit.
Yep.
But people that understand the spiritual realm, we all understand it's good versus evil out there in the world. And we understand that the spiritual realm is more real than the real world. What we think is the physical, right? And so I think that this is an interesting story. I did a deep dive to figure out who this guy was. I looked into a little bit about LeBron and his history and some of the different things going around on this story. And even the reason that LeBron is leaving the Lakers, according to his agent, Rich Paul, is just for happiness, which I thought was a silly reason. Like, that's the story you selling us? LeBron is leaving because he's not happy in LA. So he's been happy for 8 years. He moved his family to LA. Everybody in his family is in LA, but he wants to move to another team to pursue happiness. I thought that was a silly story, but that's what they're going with.
That's what they're running with.
And I knew something was up when the Lakers signed Austin Reeves and didn't offer LeBron a new contract. Damn. Now, obviously, LeBron is early 40s. So it's kind of a business reason you would assume that they're moving on. But there's been some stories that have been circulating that say nobody in the NBA, no other NBA teams want LeBron James anymore. They want him to retire, it seems like. And the fact that he's not signed right away, immediately. This is LeBron James we're talking about. I know he's in his early 40s, but it's still LeBron James. The fact that no other team has immediately stepped up and said, well, we'll take him, that's all something to take into consideration. And I'm raising my antennas at it personally. So we're going to jump into this, man. Welcome to Will Evans Live. My name is Will Evans. If you've never been here before, we come here and we just, have these conversations, cultural conversations. And I like to include scripture because I'm a believer times in this world. So, and I'm going to present information and I just want to see what you guys think about this. So we've seen LeBron James doing weird hand signals all his career. Obviously, those things have always drawn attention. Like, what is LeBron James doing, throwing up sixes and diamonds and all this different stuff? And we've even seen LeBron James get shouted out by people like Diddy and Jay-Z, right? Now, there is a society, a secret society that has been an alleged secret society that people believe LeBron is a part of called the Boule Society.
Now, LeBron got the Boule symbol on his chest. LeBron got the Boule symbol on his chest.
Now, the Boule Society has this symbol, and I'll put it full screen so you guys can see it, that it looks like a lion with wings with a human's head. And LeBron James seemingly has the same tattoo on his chest. So that in itself makes people feel like, wait a minute.
Look at that.
LeBron got that, what we call in California, an eye buster. That's an eye buster. Tattoo in the middle of his chest, right? So maybe he's a part of that Boule Society. Now, I did a little research into what is the Boule Society, because we've heard in the past Jeffrey Epstein speak about their secret society, the secret society he was a part of, which was called the Trilateral Commission. And this is what he had to say. So we know these secret societies are real.
He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was some of the people that the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries.
The person that's talking, I don't know why he bleeped him out, is Epstein. This is Epstein that's talking. And I don't know why he bleeped him out. Real quick, anybody, if you want to search the Epstein files, anybody can search the Epstein files. And please put this in the chat when I tell you the website. You have to go to justice.gov/Epstein. That's it. And then go and you scroll down to the search bar, because it's two parts, it's two halves to the website. The top or upper half, you got to scroll down to the bottom half where the search bar is, the major search bar is. And then anything that you want to know that's in the Epstein files, you just type that name or what phrase or whatever, if you believe it's in the Epstein files, and see if it's in there. And it'll come up. Like if you type Trump name will come up 1,000 times. You type up anything, anybody. So again, the justice.gov, yes, /Epstein. Thank you. Yes. Justice.gov/Epstein. And you can search all the Epstein, well, all the ones they released anyway. So this is Epstein talking this, and I don't know why they blacked him out, but maybe he don't want to be demonetized or something. So let's see.
The politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this trilateral commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the trilateral commission? No, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny. Nobody else did.
So you guys can see there that Epstein was talking about this trilateral commission, and he said that these world leaders got together and said that it's important for us to have stability and control over society because politicians get voted in and out so frequently that the best people to have as a group connected with each other is businessmen, you know, celebrities, entertainers, politicians, world leaders, whatever they are, right? They all came together and said, we're going to have this group that controls things.
Yo, real quick, appreciate you, Broderick Enoch. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, bro. All right, here we go.
Past what politicians can control things. Now, that's what people believe the Boule Society is for black people, right? You heard how Epstein said that they got all different ethnicities, the Asians, the like everything, right? Europeans, everything. So people believe that the Boule Society is that for black people.
Really quick, Boule is not black anymore. Boule is run by Khazarians. The Boule is mostly white people. It was infiltrated by white people in the 60s. So was the NAACP. But Caucasian people, the Boule, it's a lot of Khazarians within the Boule, and as well as the NAACP. It's not; these aren't melanated organizations anymore.
When I did a little research on the Boule Society, an article which was talking about Diddy actually being a part of the Boule Society, Sean Diddy Combs, but they broke down what it was. So it said, understanding the Boule Society. The Boule Society, formerly known as the Sigma Pi Phi fraternity, was founded in 1904. As an exclusive organization for African-American professionals, it aimed to promote social networking and support among its members who were often influential in their respective fields. While the Boule Society focuses on uplifting the black community, conspiracy theory suggests that it serves as a secret society with ties to the Illuminati, a term commonly associated with various theories regarding global control and manipulation. So it's essentially the same thing. It's been accused of being the same thing that Epstein talked about with the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission has a website as well. If you go look at that, you can go look that up. We'll do that on another video. I've done that in the past. But these things are available for the public to go figure out. They're not really hiding like that. They hide what they do, but they don't hide that they exist like that, right? Now, this Boule Society thing, the secret society, that is the accusations, it kind of come from guys like Jay-Z, Diddy, LeBron, which we know all those guys to be acquainted with each other. And Jay had lyrics in a song called Legacy. And you guys can see the lyrics right here on the screen, where he says, Jay-Z says, a nice piece fund ideas from people who look like we gonna start a society within society that's major, just like the Negro Leagues, which we know the Negro Leagues was the baseball's, you know, the black league for American baseball at the time, right? There was a time America wouldn't let us ball. Those times are now back. It's just now called Afrotech. So those are Jay-Z lyrics, right? Now, another song that Jay-Z did with lyrics where he referenced LeBron James specifically, he said, nobody touched a billy until Hov did. How many billionaires can come from Hov crib? I count 3, me, Ye, and Ree. Bron's a rock boy, so 4 technically. So he's taking credit for LeBron James being a billionaire as well in some form or fashion, right? So when you see LeBron James doing these hand signals and these different weird looking rituals, it makes people go, what's going on with LeBron? Is he a part of this in any way? And why have we seen these different things from LeBron without nobody answering it? You see him throwing up the Jay-Z diamond, the 666 thing, right? So I did a little research, and what I found was this bishop named Bishop Larry Gators was one of the main proponents, in my opinion, of these conversations happening.
We know he's a part of it. He was there when they put the little dildo mask on the guy. Can't just go out.
Will be called. Check it out.
Whoa.
Let's get it going.
Is counterfeit like LeBron James, who has that Boule logo tattooed on his chest. When LeBron retires, his number would be called 2. Okay, this is how the deep state, he thinks that he's just going to retire, and that's why he doesn't want to retire. You know the former NBA player Dwayne Wade? Correct. His son Zion is now called Zion. Okay, this is how these people within the system, to go to the next level, you have to sacrifice something. This goes back off.
Because bought off by the Khazarians, controlled by the Khazarians. Zaya becomes Zion. Zionism. Look at that. Promoting Zionism. Nigga. Even in the Matrix. Promoting Zionism in the Matrix. That was the name of the place for the real people. Zion.
Years during the time of the pharaohs. If a man wanted to have access to Pharaoh, he had to sleep with the male magician. If a woman wanted to have access to Pharaoh, she had to sleep with the female magician. If a parent wanted their child to see Pharaoh, that child had to sleep with the male or female magician. Nothing has changed. In the rap industry, to go at a certain level financially, you have to be what we call.
Now, when he says these are things that he's been saying consistently about LeBron. You know, he has other interviews saying this, but these are also things that people have kind of.
Let me get, man, stop talking. Get to the, damn. Should let him keep cooking. Damn it.
All right. In a second, James Goldstein, because I think it's very interesting, his connection to LeBron, that I think you guys are going to be intrigued by it. But we're going to get back to that in a second. But these things that Bishop Larry Gators is saying, we've heard these kind of things before about celebrity culture, right?
LeBron James, let me tell you something about LeBron. We're talking about Antarctica to sell the fallen angels. No other team in the NBA wants him. His time is up. I can't wait to see these shorts. His time is up. No team wants him. He's got one more year. And when he retires, his number will be called to either him, his wife, his daughter, or one of his sons. Somebody has to be sacrificed because we allowed you, LeBron, to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'm telling you how these deep state devils think. They want blood. Okay? We gave you what you want. You're the greatest scorer in NBA history. We need someone to be liquidated. His number will be called.
Liquidated is a crazy word. Like we need to liquidate a human being. That's a crazy way to say it. That's a crazy word to use for a human being. But you know, the longer LeBron plays, the more this video becomes relevant, right? Because it's like, yo, LeBron's about to be what, 42, 43 years old? Now, some people would say, why don't you say that same thing about Tom Brady? Why Tom Brady ain't considered evil, right? And I think that's a valid point. But the reason I think that people are what they're missing with Tom Brady is Tom Brady was on some evil witchcraft stuff too. If it's not of Christ, it's evil, in my opinion. That's just me. So Tom Brady was on some witchcraft stuff too, and that's why he played so long, in my opinion. As great as these players are, listen to what Tom Brady said about the witchcraft he was doing to win Super Bowls. Check it out. This is his words, not mine. Check this out.
Positions going into the game, and he's
this dude is Christian, so he think everything that's not Christian is witchcraft and shit like that. This is not that. This is just spiritual crystals type of shit. This is working of energies. This is mastery of energy and manipulation of energy. So he's on the right path. It is manipulation of energy.
Special thing you carried into the game on Sunday?
It's not mine. Check this out.
Positions going into the game? Any special thing you carried into the game on Sunday that you had tucked away somewhere?
I did. I always, I've learned a lot from my wife over the years. And she's so about the power of intention, and believing things that are really going to happen. And she always makes a little altar for me at the game. She just wills it so much. And so she put together a little altar for me that I could bring with pictures of my kids. And I have these little special stones and healing stones and protection stones. And she has me wear a necklace and take these drops she makes. And I say all these mantras.
They laughing, but he ain't joking.
And I stopped questioning her a long time ago. I did. I just shut up and listened. And at first I was like, this is kind of crazy. And then about 4 years ago, we were playing the Seahawks. And she said, you better listen to me. This is your year, but this is all the things you're going to have to do to win. And I did all those things. And by God, you don't work. It was pretty good. And then in 2015, it was about early January. And she said, you know how much I love you? And I said, yeah. And she said, I just want to let you know this is not going to be your year. Oh. And of course we lost. I said, what does 16 look like? And she said, 16 is going to be your year. So it was early January this year. And I said, babe, I asking, do we have a chance? And she said, yeah, but you're going to have to do a lot of work and you're really going to have to listen to me.
So they laughing.
So she back there working this shit. They back there working, nigga. All of these friends, all their friends, Kardashians and all of them, they all friends.
But Tom Brady telling you, bro, I had altars. I put altars with pictures of my kids on there. I made sure I wore these necklaces. I carried these stones. She did these rituals for me. I had to go and check in with her and make sure I was going to get what I wanted. So while people are sitting there thinking like, oh, it's just LeBron James, they always go at the black man. No, it's a lot of these dudes out here that the antennas go up as great as bro, I love football. I love basketball. But bro, I'm not going to ignore you.
Now we're going to get to the Goldstein part of it.
Watching him throw up these signals.
Wow. Yeah.
Wait, what?
He just threw them up. Bron looked right at the camera to make sure the camera was watching him throw up these signals.
Wow. Yeah. That's messed up now. I got to make sure.
The camera was watching him throw up these signals. Look. He looking right at him. Let me throw these signals up so everybody know what it is. These are not normal things that we seeing, man. So when you hear, I know it's easy to dismiss things and be like, oh, everybody's a hater, everybody's one. But bro, we got to look at things from an objective perspective. Is that not strange? Is what Tom Brady's saying, is that weird? Ignoring what he's saying because it's him saying it.
And you got a lot of listeners. Oh, you're saying he's going to die? I'm not saying he's going to die like Kobe. Something's about to come up. Be called. You see, anyone on that, especially the rappers. We talked about this the first time I was on your power show. To go higher into the rap industry, you have to be butt broken, like you said, in humiliation. Okay, and so they're butt broken. That's the system. And if you don't want to give in, they're trying to destroy you.
Interesting. He says that because I'm going to show you guys how Kobe did not give in. Interesting. He talks about Kobe Bryant here.
Now I want y'all to hear this. This Goldstein cat. This Goldstein dude is probably like a warlock. Like Maria, what's her name? Maria Abramovich or whatever. How she's a witch. She's like the main witch for all these people. I think Goldstein is the warlock for all of them. Watch how he's behind the scenes on all of this shit. This Goldstein dude. Watch how he behind the scenes on everything. Yo, Ocean Grown TV, appreciate you. I got the tuna forks, pyramids, and candles. That shit works. You got that right. You damn right it does. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Thank you for the cash apps. All right, so check it out. Here we go. This is crazy. Watch this Goldstein dude. Boy.
Because I'm about to show you guys in a few seconds how Kobe did not conform to certain things. And the guy in this photo with LeBron James that I showed you guys earlier, I told you his name is James Goldstein. That guy was upset with Kobe Bryant.
Woo!
For not doing the things that LeBron James did with him, which we're going to talk about in a second. So just stay tuned. But what Larry Gator is saying is interesting. And these are the same things we've heard Cat Williams say in the past.
But LeBron James, so let me say this and we're going to end it here today. LeBron James' days are numbered. His days are numbered.
That month, that week.
So we remember him saying that clip. And there was another clip where he spoke about LeBron's son, Bronny James, and saying that the heart attack, if you guys remember, there was a story that Bronny had cardiac arrest. He suffered a heart attack while he was playing basketball at 19 years old on his college campus at USC. And it was weird because it's like LeBron, his name is LeBron too. LeBron James Jr., Ronnie James, he was in the peak of his health. So it's like you're 19 years old, you're playing college basketball. How do you get a heart attack? It came out that he had a weird heart condition and he was resuscitated and taken to the hospital and he survived. But Bishop Larry Gators is saying that was a warning shot. Check it out.
LeBron James' days are numbered. I don't want him to die. You got people that, the bishop wants to, I don't want him to die. But when you make a deal with the devil, when you make a deal, now with Bronny having his heart situation, that was a warning shot over the back. It was a warning. We could have killed him. That's why LeBron, I'm gonna say it to him again, LeBron, your days are numbered. You need Christ. Because Christ is the only person that can get you out of this mess, okay? The day before the assassination of Kobe Bryant, LeBron passed.
Notice he said the assassination of Kobe Bryant. Keep that in mind.
Kobe Bryant. I remember that. For, I believe, third place on the All Bryant. I remember that. That can get you out of this mess, okay? The day before the assassination of Kobe Bryant, LeBron passed Kobe Bryant. I remember that. For, I believe, third place on the all-time, third or fourth place, the third place on the all-time scoring list, okay? In Philadelphia. Home of the Boule Secret Society, home of the Prince Masonic Order, and home of the AME Church.
So Philly is the home of the Boule. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was the home of the Boule. Well, I mean, I kind of knew. I heard about it, but I forgot about it. But goddamn, home of the Boule, home of Kobe Bryant. So he knew he was trying to do all this energy ritual was involved that night.
There go that Boule Society stuff again, right? The Kobe factor is interesting, but I'm going to get that to say. He said, I want to live.
Do you still have the same uncertainty about next year? Do you have an inkling of what you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I want to live.
I think LeBron said, I want to live. He know he caught up in some shit. I want to live. Why would you say that? You're going to live even if you retire. Nigga, why the hell would you say whatever goes on next year, I want to live? What would make him say that? Crazy.
Well, I know you guys know.
What?
I want to live.
I don't know. I have no idea. I just want to live. That's all.
Do you still have the same uncertainty about next year? Do you have an inkling of what you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I want to live.
Bro, what does that mean? Now, maybe we reaching. Maybe not. But it is a weird answer.
Kobe never went to the lodges. That's what y'all don't get. Kobe wasn't involved in that shit. They wanted Kobe to be in it, and he wouldn't be in it. That's why he did. He never went. That's the problem. That's why they went. That's why the fucking the sexual assault charges happened because Kobe wouldn't play ball with that shit. Kobe wouldn't play ball. Say, all right, nigga, if you ain't gonna play ball, then we'll fucking try to castrate your whole career. Kobe still didn't play ball. And if you watched basketball after Kobe had the sexual assault charge, the referees hated Kobe. It was hard for Kobe to even buy a foul with $100,000 after the sexual assault charge. Before the sexual assault charge, Kobe would get fouls all day, like Jordan. After the sexual assault charge, Kobe couldn't buy a foul. There was a game where Kobe shot the ball 41 times and only had one free throw shot. One foul. I wanted that to sink in. There was a game where Kobe shot the ball 41 times and only had one free throw shot. And that shot was a goddamn was a technical shot. Was a technical free throw. They did not hit that nigga with any fouls on 41 shots. So Kobe was not involved. Kobe was the god Phoenix MOOR who rose from the ashes. They tried to burn him and he rose from those ashes due to his own character and God's spirit. That's why he was so fucking dope. They couldn't corrupt him.
To give to, hey, are you going to play next year? I want to live. What? No, who looks like he's going to be the face of the league. And this dude right here, little short white Jewish guy, James Goldstein. I did a little research on this guy because people was making fun of it online, but he does look like it is like him sitting on the sideline looking at Bron. The way he looking at Bron, it does look like the devil waiting to collect.
Oh my God!
It is a funny like he trying to.
Oh my God! It do look like the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper has came. Oh, you got Red Fox Porter. Oh my God!
It is a funny like he trying to ignore it. Remember our deal, LeBron? Like that's what they saying in the comments. So it's not just me, I'm just
look at that nigga looking at LeBron. Look at him. You know I got you, boy. You know we got that deal, boy. Y'all see the workout with the deal with the devil? Go see that movie Crossroads with Ralph Macchio and I forgot the girl's name, but go see the movie Crossroads with Ralph Macchio where he made a deal with the devil to be the greatest blues player of all time. That movie would probably break down what LeBron going through. Go watch that. That's a dope ass movie too. It's called Crossroads. It's about a black dude, John Seneca, and he's an old blues player, and he teaches. He made a deal with the devil in the past, and then he teaches Ralph Macchio, white dude, how to play black blues, right? But then he takes him to the crossroads where they make the deal with the devil in order to be the best. So go watch that shit. That's a dope ass movie breaking down the deal with the devil.
Just bringing this platform. This stuff is already out there, right?
Right.
When I did a little research on who this guy is, the interesting thing about it is you can't find nothing on this guy. And when I say nothing, y'all, I mean nothing. This guy is a ghost. Somehow he's around all the celebrities. You see him here with Rihanna.
Look at that.
Somehow all the basketball players are super like devoted to him, but you can't find nothing about this guy outside of his name. James Goldstein, Jewish guy. Both of his parents are dead. No siblings. Doesn't believe in marriage.
Let me tell you, him wearing all black, that's black magic. He's a warlock. When white people wear black, it gives them a little power. That's in Wicca. That's why they always wear black.
Has no wife, no children, no family members. But here's the interesting part.
Why do they wear black? Because black absorbs energy. That's why they wear black. They're not black. White people have to wear black in order to absorb energy, vibration, frequency, to be able to manipulate it. So that's why they're always wearing black.
As much as you see him with all the different basketball players, if you Google his name, you'll see him around different basketball players. He also is not a celebrity. He also refuses to tell, according to reports, he refuses to tell anybody how he made his fortune. So nobody knows why he's so rich. Nobody knows. He refuses to talk about his fortune, his wealth. Everybody just knows that he's some super rich dude that loves basketball, apparently. But he has no family, no wife, no kids, no mother, no father, no siblings.
Who the fuck is this dude?
No history. Nobody knows what he does for work. He's not a celebrity. So nobody knows exactly who this dude is. So how does he get a chance to shake LeBron James' hand? How does he get to walk up to these people? How does he know all these people? Where does his connections come from? Through what industry is he in? Nobody knows, bro.
Watch this.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
But he's also been knowing LeBron James since LeBron was in high school. He has this posted on his Instagram page of him and LeBron. And he said
he done known LeBron since he was in high school. How the hell did this old ass creepy motherfucker get around this high school kid? And then this goes to show you, damn, LeBron just blew the fuck up. His whole team blew up. How the hell do a nigga who don't go to college and a bunch of niggas around him who never went to college, they all become super 100 millionaires and billionaires out of nowhere. LeBron can barely read. But this motherfucker became a billionaire and all the people around him became 100 millionaires? Who the hell hooked him up? What deal does he have? And then you see this motherfucker on the side. Goldstein, Jimmy Goldstein, who nobody knows about.
Said he's been knowing LeBron since LeBron was 17 years old. You got a 17-year-old child. You've been a 17-year-old child. Why would this dude have to have access to your 17-year-old child? Who is this guy? I know LeBron's been a star forever since he was in high school.
Yep.
Why does this guy get to walk up and have a relationship with 17-year-old LeBron? And he don't. It's not like he's an agent. It's not like he's an ambassador or he's a partial owner of Nike or something like that. How does this even happen? How does this picture happen? And why is he letting us know about it? Why is he reminding the public? He's posting this on his Instagram.
Yep.
April 2020, he posted this. And he's posted, pictures of LeBron and him together as well recently. So why? Who is this guy? No history.
And then him and Kobe didn't get along. This guy Goldstein and Kobe didn't get along. Watch this. Oh shit. The fuck?
Not real life. 64% have a favorable view of Israel.
What just happened?
Well, I hope everybody had a nice 4th of July. The president of what should be the United States of America announced that he is the greatest president for Israel. Yeah, we know.
And the hell just happened to the video? Hold up. As soon as I'm getting ready to show you about the Goldstein dude, hold up. The video go out? Wait. Where's the video? Oh, here it is. All right. So watch this.
Money you make. Very true statement. There's a way that anything you do without God is in vain. That means you're doing it for no reason.
The hell? Where's the Goldstein dude?
History, nobody knows what he does on with 17-year-old LeBron. And he don't. It's not like he's an agent. It's not like he's an ambassador or he's a partial owner of Nike or something like that. Why does
he's a billionaire and nobody knows how he made his money? Can anybody say bitch real? And he's over here. He's the inside guy. He's the handler for all of these celebrities who get into this ritualistic shit. He's the one who pulls them in. He gets them in with the access and the connections to the Khazarians and all the rest of that. He's the motherfucker who links them, but he draws them in with the shit, with the magic, the black magic.
How does this even happen? How does this picture happen? And why is he letting us know about it? Why is he reminding the public? He's posting this on his Instagram. April 2020, he posted this, and he's posted pictures of LeBron and him together as well recently. So why? Who is this guy? No history. This dude is a vampire. It seemed like bro, where you come from, right? But another interesting part of this is he claims to be this huge NBA fan, which is cool. He's like a famous NBA fan. Great. But LeBron James shot Space Jam 2, the movie, at this guy's house. So it says 79-year-old millionaire sports nut James Goldstein tells the Hollywood Reporter. So James Goldstein reached out to the Hollywood Reporter to let them know why he let LeBron James film scenes for Space Jam 2 at his home, despite him hating the Lakers himself. So this dude don't even like the Lakers. He's a Laker hater. Say he may be the world's most.
So that's where they filmed Space Jam 2 at the Goldstein's crib? Oh, nigga.
Most famous Laker hater, according to him. But he still let LeBron use his home for Space Jam 2. So how interesting is that? How interesting is that? Who is this guy? How does LeBron know this guy? Why has LeBron been around this guy? It's so much going on. And how does this guy get around all these celebrities? But you're pretty much a nobody. You're just a guy with money. You telling me anybody with money can get around?
Watch this.
Because I got courtside seats. That's not weird, bro.
Watch this, though.
The Grim Reaper.
On different things like that, right? But according to this guy, Kobe hated him.
Boom.
And Kobe didn't like the guy so much and refused to be around the guy so much. Not only does Kobe not have any pictures with this man, Kobe refused to allow his teammates to associate with this man as well.
Boom. Kobe's light was too strong. God damn it! They tried to sucker. They tried to fucking parasite his energy. They tried to suck his energy out of him. It was too strong. Kobe said, "Get the fuck away from around me." And anybody who on this team, if you fuck with him, y'all don't fuck with his team. Nobody on the team could fuck with him. He used to fuck with Pau Gasol when Pau Gasol was with the Grizzlies. When Pau Gasol got to the Lakers, Kobe said, "You can't talk to him no more." And Pau Gasol had to break off with him because Kobe told him, "Don't fuck with that dude." Absolute man. Talking about Kobe was corrupt. Get the fuck out of here. Kobe was the real one. That's why he gone. Kobe was the real one. He was the one. He was Neo.
Is that interesting? He did an article discussing Kobe Bryant. mind you, these are his words. This James Goldstein, Jimmy Goldstein dude. And he discussed Kobe Bryant. Now he says after Kobe died, he came out, and said that him and Kobe patched things up, but Kobe never confirmed this. What he did say, though, was that Kobe never wanted him to have a relationship with him or any of the LA Laker teammates. Now, here it is right here. With that in mind, Goldstein has never had a relationship with Kobe Bryant. He has rubbed elbows with plenty of other NBA superstars, but Goldstein says Kobe has kept his distance from him as a result of his hatred for the Lakers. Yeah, okay.
So Kobe only didn't like him because he hated the Lakers. What the hell? Spike Lee hates the Lakers. Kobe don't hate Spike Lee. He knew somebody tipped Kobe to who that guy was. Somebody tipped Kobe off to who he was. It might have been Michael Jackson. Honestly, that's who got on Kobe. That's who got with Kobe first. When he first got to the team, Kobe was hanging around Michael Jackson. Kobe was going to Michael Jackson's house. They was meditating and shit, doing all that type of shit. So I think Mike hit Kobe. Mike might have hit Kobe to who that dude was.
Kobe kept his distance. You know how many people hated the Lakers that Kobe did not keep distance from? Stop it, bro. However, it seems that Kobe has finally come around to show appreciation for Goldstein. Now, this dude obviously has some influence in the media because how are you a celebrity? I just showed you guys the Hollywood Reporter report for the Space Jam 2 thing, right? You're not a celebrity, but you can reach out to these major platforms and get a story posted. How's that possible?
Because he a billionaire. He a Khazarian billionaire. So, LeBron, the bill comes due. LeBron's bill is coming due, y'all. Just saying. And real quick, just some last stuff on this Carmelo Anthony breakdown and the Nolan Wells. So did y'all see that? Hold on. We got to move along. This is the last story I got. So the Nolan Wells Carmelo Anthony thing has been going nuts. So Carmelo's lawyers released their appeal challenge to the court. So it shows everything that they're challenging that happened in the original case that they're trying to get an appeal on. And it's crazy that they found out that the prosecutor and the defense attorney had a deal. They made a deal with the judge in the judge's chambers behind closed doors. It wasn't a deal on the record, just some little memo deal that had no power, but only between them, where they said that they wouldn't attack either one of the kids' character. Because you had to wonder, why the hell weren't they bringing in character witnesses for Carmelo and character witnesses to challenge the character of the Metcalf brothers? That's because they said they had a deal not to do it, because they would bring up all of Carmelo's bad things that happened to him or that he did in his past, and so that the defense attorney just agreed, well, we won't do it at all. They didn't, they make these deals without telling their clients and shit like that, right? They do a whole lot of stuff, but they don't tell their clients. He made this deal without telling Carmelo. Carmelo might have been like, yo, nigga, what the fuck? You can go into my background. Carmelo had a great background. He saved lives. The manager at his job, she just did an interview where she started crying, saying that how she was really strict and mean to Carmelo at work, and he was nothing but the nicest person ever. He ain't never raised his voice to her once. And she said, I mean to that nigga all the time. She said, I mean to everybody, because that's how I am. But she said he is the sweetest, nicest person in the whole place. She just started bawling, crying, saying she can't believe that they did this to this sweet little kid. So bring in those character witnesses. But no, the defense attorney, again, who was the former partner of the prosecutor, they had it in for him. They knew what that would do. Don't bring in any professional witnesses to talk about his epilepsy and how having epilepsy can affect your perception of danger. Because if you get hit the wrong way, you can go into a seizure. Nope, can't pull that dude in. But then they pulled the rug on Carmelo at the last minute when the defense was like, man, maybe you need to testify. So then the prosecutor was like, well, if he's going to testify, we're going to pull the deal. And I'm going to go after his character. Like, wait a minute, you can't do that. If you make a deal, you got to follow through with the fucking deal. That's how that shit worked. But the judge was like, well, the deal wasn't signed. It wasn't a legal deal. So the judge let him he let the deal go. He let the deal fall through because they said it wasn't a real deal and it wasn't signed, because that's why they did that bullshit in their chambers, so they knew that they could drop it later. So then he went back to Karmelo with only 10 minutes to tell Karmelo, hey man, you want to testify? But had to tell him, yo, you only got 10 minutes to decide. And they probably can go into your history and your past and all that type of stuff. The only thing they said that Karmelo had was a picture of him with an AK-47. But when you zoom out from the picture, the AK-47 picture, he was with two white guys, two friends in a bedroom. They were just chilling. And the gun was fake. But the Metcalf brothers, they actually had real AR-15s and shit. And they were going hunting. They had camo and camouflage paint on their faces and all that type of stuff. They was real killers. Then it came out that they were the people at schools, a whole bunch of people at school said they was the real bullies. Everyone knows that they had the reputation for being a bully. Bullies. That you couldn't disrespect them. If you disrespected them, they would handle you. All this type of stuff. They couldn't introduce any of it because of that damn backroom deal. And then they pulled the deal at the last minute when they wanted to put Karmelo on fucking stand. It's absolute bullshit. He was railroaded like a mug. So check these brothers out. These brothers are the they're in Dallas, Texas. If anybody can get me in touch with these brothers, please do. If you are in Dallas, Texas, they are called the Not Guilty Boys. If I can find their hold on, the Not Guilty Boys. They dope too. Some young cats, some young brothers. Again, I featured them last week. I talked about how they have 18 cases and they're 17-1 on murder case. These are not, I don't know if they're all murder cases, but they're 17-1 on defense cases. Hold on, let me. All right, here we go. Here it is. Check it out.
Now I'm in my podcast. I'm just gonna pick up where I left off. Trip, you there? Basically, Trip, what I was saying is that the Metcalf twins were previously investigated by the ISD, by their coaches, and by their high school for threatening some opposing school cheerleaders at a Raising Cane's after football game. Verbatim, told the cheerleaders that their hands are bisexual and can knock a bitch out. This is reported information. These cheerleaders were scared for their lives. Frisco ISD knew that. The high school knew that they threatened these cheerleaders. If you threaten a cheerleader as a big bad football player, you'll threaten anybody. You ain't scared of nobody, especially when you got your twin right there and he on that same thing you on. They threatened them girls, and these are white girls, not black girls. These are little white cheerleaders who went and told their parents, and they filed every complaint necessary to Austin and Hunter Metcalf's coaches, to the school, and to the ISD itself. And they were placed on investigation. And guess what? Mike Howard knew it. Karmelo Anthony's attorney knew it. Karmelo Anthony's attorney chose not to call them after subpoenaing the records for that investigation, and chose not to use it. That goes to their propensity for violence. That goes to the twins' reputation in the community. That goes towards Karmelo Anthony's mindset at the time that he acted and why he needed to defend himself. That's what that goes to. You know what I'm saying? So for that not to be utilized, I just don't understand. And, I was in Dallas County today, and, occasionally I see Mike Howard. I don't really know the guy personally, but I see him sometimes in the hallway as we walk and handle our cases. But I didn't see him today. Yeah, I didn't see him today. I was looking for him today. I had some questions for him today, and I didn't see him today. I thank God I didn't see him today, because I was already emotionally heightened about what happened to that boy. And just thinking about everything that I know he did and didn't do, yeah, it probably would have been some bad words coming from me. But let me just move on for that, because this is not about me or my emotions. This is about Karmelo and the defense or lack thereof he received in this trial. So again, there's credible, tangible, documented evidence that
already fuck with the homie. I didn't even see that in the background. Kobe posting up Jordan. I already fuck with you, boy. I knew it was something about you I like. Boy, look at that picture. Kobe posting up Jordan in the back. All right, let's keep it going.
that these boys are violent, and that wasn't used by Karmelo Anthony's attorney in a self-defense case. Because if Karmelo may have heard through the grapevine, man, don't mess with the twins, man. Them twins over there every morning, they be tripping. You don't want to fool with them, they be on something, man. They crazy. If he knew that about them, then he already knew what they was on. So, you know, that is important. The jury should have heard about that. As a skilled murder trial attorney, I'm telling you, they should have heard about that. And quite frankly, that's ineffective. That's exactly what that is. And I'm not coming from my own opinion about that. I've only talked to about 30 or 45 defense attorneys today. 30 or 45 defense attorneys who have no idea what the strategy was, or if there was a strategy at all. 30 or 45 defense attorneys asked them, why was there no mitigating evidence? Come on, no mitigating evidence? Man, I wish Drew was over here. Drew, where you at? No mitigating evidence? Come on, man, we mitigate a Class C ticket.
So mitigating evidence is evidence to establish good character for the witness. So if they try to paint you, they're trying to paint your I mean, not your witness, but your client. So if they're trying to paint your client as a evil, murderous, but this and that, so mitigating evidence would be something that counters that. That's what mitigating evidence is. The counter evidence to bad evidence that's portrayed against you, that's put forth against you. Usually for the defendant. Mitigating evidence is usually for the defendant, being to help ease the the perception of the jury to who this person is, or to counteract the fact that they're saying that this person is a killer, and you show good evidence that no, he's not. So the fact that Karmelo saved a life would have been exceptional mitigating evidence to show that he's not a killer, but they didn't admit that, or bring the mother in of the child who he saved.
Well, how you mitigate? We show proof of employment, show character witnesses. We do that on the lowest level of marijuana cases. Every attorney mitigates in every case. Why was there no mitigation for Carmelo Anthony in his murder trial, where he's been accused of being a murderer? Let me tell you what else I found out today that's actually true, because I talked to this mama. Carmelo Anthony saved somebody's life before. Somebody was drowning. Carmelo Anthony, the good kid he is, good Samaritan he is, jumped in and saved him. This is where in a hometown from where they're from. And that mama today thinks that Carmelo Anthony is a superhero. This is about 3 or 4 years ago. It was in there's a news article on it. Why wasn't that brought up when the state is calling him a murderer, cold-hearted? Why wasn't he humanized? Why didn't his defense team put a persona on that to say, no, that's not who he is. That's not who he's a great kid. This is the kid he is. Some people think he's a superhero because he's actually saved lives before. Okay, so we got a bunch of questions. Let me get to.
So they railed basically the appeal. So everybody's going off of the appeal. The appeal is dope. It's real long, so you want to read it. But the appeal is basically showing how he was railroaded by everybody. Karmelo was railroaded, absolutely everyone, and nobody's being held accountable. I mean, they were doing stuff with paperwork inside of bureau offices. I mean, this goes high up. They wanted to get Karmelo in there. I think this is, and again, this may be this is me spitballing, but the Khazarians are trying to stir up some strife in America, racial strife, racial dissension, racial animosity between whites and blacks. And I think this is part of this shit. Also, they're trying to cover up for Metcalf. I think also the Metcalf, one of the Metcalf's brothers, or both of them were on some drugs or some shit, because there's a picture of the dude going to hide some shit in the trash can. All kind of shit. And that could have been the reason he died. If he was on something when he got stabbed, that would have made him bleed. That would have made him bleed out faster. If he was, what's the term? He had a bunch of anxiety. That's not the term I'm looking for. But if he was filled with drugs, he would have a bunch of anxiety if he got stabbed. But that's not the term I'm looking for. But that would help him bleed out more. So that's the white. So then that's the one black kid hanging out with the whites right there. So then we have the Wells kid, Nolan Wells. and it's a whole bunch of stuff going on behind him. The phone, the kids had the phone. They said they didn't have the phone, but it turned out they had the phone. The dude's chat, his Snapchat was erased after he was dead. They searched the whole goddamn island for his body, couldn't find the goddamn body. Then after they found his phone or some shit, then all of a sudden they searched the whole island with drones and helicopters. They couldn't find a nigga. Then all of a sudden, where they searched before, his body just ended up there. The same place they had already searched. His body just ended up there. They said he was drowned, but nobody saw him drown it. Nobody saw him drowning. So it's a whole bunch of bullcrap going on with the Karmelo. I mean, with the with this stuff right here. So check this out.
On Good Morning America. 4 days after their son will be found washed ashore after traveling with friends to a remote island, Mississippi. Now, as we reported yesterday, it was revealed that no son will be found washed ashore after traveling with friends to a remote island, Mississippi. Now, as we reported yesterday, it was revealed that Nolan's mother would notice that when she first got his phone back, messages looked to have been deleted. While on Good Morning America, the mother would elaborate further. When we finally got his phone, me and my sister went through the phone. We went in his Snapchat. He had 2 accounts, absolutely nothing. It wasn't even 24 hours, which is how long videos and pictures stay in Snapchat.
You have 2 accounts and there's no phone. You on a fun trip, on a boat trip to an island with your girl and your homies, and you ain't got no pictures in either one of your Snap accounts? Come on, man.
Snapchat. Even my sister was like, yeah, that's suspicious. Now, outside of the appearance of a Snapchat looking to have been scrubbed, after being in an environment his parents say he would have normally documented with friends, they would also reveal that Nolan's phone was not willingly handed over to them, and they had to track it down with an app. And according to that app, the phone had moved several different locations.
So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different, showing everywhere the phone had been. Like I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that highlights all these contradictions.
Now, these latest reveals continues to push a spotlight on Wells' group of all-white friends, whom he went to the island with. And now the Jackson County Sheriff Department, who for some may not need to be fully trusted, after sharing that they currently don't see any foul play was involved, despite an argument being heard to have taken place that day, in which Nolan was allegedly part of. This lack of trust by the parents and representatives appear to be the main reason why an independent autopsy is now being conducted, with the help of former NFL star, now activist, Colin Kaepernick. According to Benjamin Crump, Wells' body has been flown to D.C. to be independently examined. They wanted the autopsy done by a person with no interaction with Mississippi law enforcement. And the fact that they keep trying to suggest it was a drowning, but nobody out there reporting him drowning, it's not adding up.
Now they're saying that Nolan Wells is presumed to be no foul play involved. Now that was quick, number one. Number two, in all of this right here, his family got smart and they said, you know what, we're gonna do our own investigation, which as they should. Now Jackson Sheriff's Department or whatever, they trying to act like, oh, it was no foul play involved, maybe he just drowned or whatever.
You mean to tell me that Nolan Wells told his friends, hey guys, you guys can go ahead without me, I'm gonna catch another boat with somebody else. Oh yeah, by the way, can you guys get my phone to my mom? The fuck out of here. Don't make no fucking sense. That's how you know it's a lie.
His body has to be moved for an independent autopsy because we can't even trust people to do the right damn thing when it comes to black and brown bodies. And you all want to send in this comment section hollering about not all white people. Nancy, this is not about you. We don't give a damn about your feelings right now. It is the fact that we are in a country that trafficked and stole black bodies, put black bodies to work, right? Overlooked black bodies when they are hurt, harmed, and imprisoned. And now there is a separate autopsy that has to be done because everybody else that's not black or brown is closing rank and lawyering up. And you want to get in the comment section talking about not all white people. Go to hell directly.
It just came out stating that they seen no foul play and all this other stuff. The autopsy's not out. We don't know what happened. What are you talking about? Why are you coming out right now? Why are you so positive and confident to come out and tell everybody that there was no foul play, to release a statement like that, knowing that the autopsy, you know why? You know why? Because they are able to fix stuff to make it be okay. So in the end, they'll put it out here in the air, say it over and over and over again, get the same racist white tea people posting and saying the sheriff said, because a lot of people, what the sheriff say is law, what they say is the truth, even when y'all know they be lying, especially when it comes to be okay people. You know what they lie. They lie over and over and over again. So why wouldn't they lie now? Y'all are too trusting. Okay, maybe it's not that way.
So most melanated people are coming out saying that you need to stop hanging with white folks. Is that true? Should you stop hanging? Shouldn't black kids not hang with white kids? Do black kids? Because when you look at the facts, because the white people are always talking about black people always killing white people, right? But if you look at the facts, within the last 5 years, there have been like 10 people, melanated people, who have died while on trips with their white friends. 10 people, 10 melanated people. This is not including the brother who was shot by his white friend with no arms and no legs. Remember that shit? Did you hear any white people talking crazy about that? And not only did the dude with no arms and no legs kill his homeboy, with other friends in the car, he tried to get them to help him dump the body. When they wouldn't, he drove off and pulled the body out himself and hid the body. A nigga with no arms and no legs. Now look up the last 20 years and see how many white people have died while on trips hanging with their black friends. 0. You can find no white people who have died while hanging out with melanated people, black people. But somehow niggas just end up dead when they hang with white folks. Now, does this mean you ain't supposed to hang with white folks? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You just need to be more mindful about your surroundings when you do. Have more discernment about the people that you're hanging around. Because there can be some Caucasian people who are good friends. But there are also some Caucasian people who harbor animosity towards people of melanation and of melanated descent. And you have to understand who is who and what is what. Now, it could be something as simple as they had a misunderstanding. They got into a fight or something like that, and the nigga died accidentally. And they're all covering it up because they don't, they don't want to get, no one wants to get in trouble. They could have all taken some drugs. That was illegal. He died. It could be a multitude of reasons. However, it's just mysterious how melanated people keep ending up dead while on trips, group trips, usually with white folks. Now, I took a group trip with some Caucasian people. But see, my thing is, if you take a trip with white folks, group white, you better be the most gangster nigga motherfucker in that group. That's going to ensure your safety. I'm telling you right now. You got to be the hardcore motherfucker in that group. You can't be the ass kisser trying to be like the white people. You got to be yourself and have the white people admire you for being who you are still around them. That's trust me. That's who white people really admire the most. Black people who aren't afraid to just be themselves and tell white people who the fuck they are, no matter what, while they hang around them. They love niggas like that. I promise you, I was one. Not that I hung with white people, but I had my ex-girl, she was Jewish, and she had a lot of white friends, so we had to hang around a lot of them people. And trust me, I didn't hold back for nobody. I didn't hold back for nobody. My ex-girl's family, I didn't hold back for them. All of them love me. I didn't get treated bad once. Not one time was I ever treated bad. Out of 8 years I was with them. So you have the power, your energy, your power precedes you. They know who they can fuck with and they know who they can't. But there shouldn't be any racist. You shouldn't let this drum up any more racial animosity. Black shouldn't hang with whites. White shouldn't hang with black. This is what they want. You know why? Because then you're not looking at Khazaria. Fucking up the whole goddamn world, destroying America. If you looking at white folks and white folks looking at black folks, and everybody looking at and white and niggas looking at Asians, and all that time, nobody worried about Khazarians doing shit. This is the plan, everybody. I told you they spent hundreds of millions of dollars. They planned it out. They had meetings on it. It's called the Hasbara propaganda. They set aside hundreds of millions of dollars to do this to America specifically. And you can see their money at work. That doesn't mean we should, marginalize the young brothers' lives. We should absolutely focus on them and try to get them justice. But don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. That's what they want. They want you to go crazy and chimp out. So that's their little word now. They want you to start chimping out, and everybody can chimp out. White people chimping out too. This is what they want. They know white people are ignorant of history and will defend a false history to the death because it pumps them up. It puts them on a pedestal So I will defend this false history with my life because it puts me in a prominent position in the world and in history. White people are eventually going to have to deal with the actual history of what their ancestors did and then their place within that. That's going to be their only way forward. However, up until then, you ain't got to be hating white folks. Again, take every single person as they come at you. Don't, visit your experience with one or two people or a group. Don't extrapolate that and put that on the entire group of people. You can't do that. Then you're no better than them. So again, live in your godness, be in your godness, and then also be an example to the rest of the world on how to be that. So that's it for me. I'm hungry as hell. Everybody, we crawled over the top. We just crawled over the bridge. Appreciate you. Make sure you go out. If you want the deal, because I ran out of books on Saturday last week and flashcards, I'm giving the deal again today. Only for today and tomorrow. So if you weren't able to get in on the deal last weekend, today and tomorrow is still the only day because the books will be here. The books and flashcards should be here this week. Hopefully there should be, don't nothing go wrong. But hopefully the books and flashcards will be here this week and I'll be able to send it out to you. But to the end, the deal is only for today and tomorrow. Order the great book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Let me remove that right there. Order the hard copy. And you get the whole police stop law package right there. Public official bonds book, the new one that we have coming in, the one that breaks down the insurance companies. I told you I got a new public official bond book. I found them all. There's no more hiding. I found every single municipality that has turned themselves into an insurance company. I found them all 50, every state. I found them all. And the different names they go by, insurance pools, insurance this, all kind of shit. I found it, man. Worked my ass off. It was hard as hell to find this shit and to write it all down. I had to do it all by hand, had to call numbers. So it wasn't some bullshit. I had to call these people up, had to go to their websites. Oh, I got their numbers and their websites. Forgot to tell you that. I got the companies, their numbers and their websites and addresses. All 50 is in this new public official bonds book. So you're going to get that. You get the constitutional rights card, the brand new ones, this one right here, or this one if you want that one. Then also the qualified immunity card. Bam. With the notice. So this is the qualified immunity card right there. Bam. And also you get the notice, plus you get the 5 decks of flashcards. Not just the 2 we see here. You get police stop flashcards 1 and 2, law and government flashcards 1 and 2, and Supreme Court cases flashcards volume 1. And so you get all 5 of those, plus the 3 t-shirts, any 3 t-shirts you want from the store. This is why this deal is only for 2 days, because I don't make no money on this deal. I barely get $40. When all is said and done and all the stuff that you get that I paid for, it's all done. I barely get $40 out of the deal. So you better hurry up because I ain't doing it for more than 2 days. You understand? I ain't doing this shit for more than 2 days. So you better hurry up and get over there. So that's it for me. Thank you, moderators, for hooking it up. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the super chats and the cash apps. I appreciate you. We're a little light on the fingers today, but it's all good. It's all good. I appreciate anything y'all do. Every little bit y'all donate. I know it gets hard a little bit every week, so appreciate you, whatever you can do. But that's it for me. I'm hungry as hell on this Saturday. I've been on my martial arts kung fu kick. Ghostface Killer. You haven't seen The Mystery of Chess Boxing? That's where Ghostface Killer get his name. That's one of the dopest movies of all time. The movie comes on, and the very first word spoken on the movie is Ghostface Killer. There's a nigga working out, and Ghostface Killer, he come to kill all the niggas who tried to smash him in the past. And that's the first nigga he see. He's like, oh, Ghostface Killer. He's like, yeah, nigga, I'm here, bitch. What's up, nigga? So shout out to all my kung fu movies. I'm watching my kung fu movies. I'm in my kung fu movie phase. So shout out to Wu-Tang. You can't truly understand Wu-Tang unless you understand kung fu movies. I'm very adamant about that. To truly understand the essence of Wu-Tang, you have to understand kung fu movies, or you won't unlock the true essence of Wu-Tang. So that's it for me. I'm out. Shout out to Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang for life, baby. I'm out. Y'all have a great rest of y'all weekend. Make sure you get today and tomorrow if you want the deal. If you get it by Monday, after I'm not doing it. All right. So that's it for me. I'll let you later. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.